All right, we are live.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the council meeting for the town of Collingwood for Monday, December 19, 2022. And we'll start with the adoption of the agenda. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder that the content of the council agenda for December 19, 2022 be adopted as presented. Kathy, that would be Councillor Jeffery and Councillor Perry. Thank you. And any comments on the agenda? Changes? Nothing. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Would there be any declarations of pecuniary interest this afternoon? Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. In regards to item 10.2.1, which is staff report T 2022-15, and it's split out from bylaw 22-091-2023 fees and service charges. And also in regards to item 12.5, which is Councillor Perry's notice of motion that he gave at the development and operations in regards to extension of taxi service into the new year. In both those cases, I need to declare conflict and step away. My sister and brother-in-law have ownership in Ace Cabs.
Okay, thank you for mentioning that. Are there any others today? No, if you find yourself in that situation, please just alert me as we go along. Next section of our agenda is our in-camera meeting, and I'll read the motion here. Whereas the clerk hereby concurs that the reasons for the in-camera session have been duly reviewed and considered, and the matters are authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with the Municipal Act prior to proceeding into closed session. Therefore, be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to, and there are 6 items. The first one, the security of the property of the town or local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including town or local board employees, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposal of land for town or local board purposes, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the town or a local board, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and lastly, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. The items for discussion: A, affordable housing proposal; B, ICBL appeal update and interpretation; C, Pretty River subdivision infrastructure assumption and remnant block transfer; D, culvert estate update; and E, committee and board public membership appointments. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ring, Deputy Mayor Fryer, any discussion? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So at this time, we'll move into the in-camera portion, and I'll see you on a different Zoom link. And if there's any members of the public, we'll be back at 5 for the start of our regular council agenda. Thank you.
I was just gonna note, Brandon, if under the community announcements, I know that you sat into in the last BIA Board of Directors meeting, their launch of their new downtown gift card program might be an item if you want to mention that. It's up to you.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks.
Once again.
Actually, until we get started here, I'm wondering if Becky can just pop on quickly just to confirm the cooperators. I know that they weren't aware that they were attending today, and if they were planning to, Becky, if you could.
Yeah, thank you. We do have Sean Kelly on the line who will be providing a quick update.
All right, so Mayor Hamlin, we have
Yes.
from the cooperators regarding the gift to Councillor Jeffery that's being donated to CCAT. Can you say the name again? Sorry, Becky.
I think I heard Sean Kelly.
Yeah, Clerk Almas, I have an introduction here. I was going to give a brief background as to why, and then bring up and introduce the cooperators representative, and then introduce Dr. Orling, who's also going to be here.
All right, perfect. Okay.
Okay, so I'll just turn it over to you, Kathy.
Okay, thank you.
And would anyone like to volunteer to read the land acknowledgement? Everybody. Oh my God, it's a fight. Okay, Kathy, it's up to you.
I'll
But in
take it.
in the new year, I'm gonna start switching it up, so you guys have to practice. And I'll help you because it is hard. Took me a while to get it. Okay,
I'm okay with it.
okay, thank you.
Becky, can you make me co-host, please?
So, sir, am I looking for a motion then to appoint these 8 members for the BIA?
Yes, Your Worship, I sent you a quick email with the wording to the motion.
Okay, thank you. Have a look. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Other comments? Are we ready to proceed?
We have Councillor Perry. He can't turn on his video here. Perfect. All right, Becky, if you can confirm if we're good to go.
All right, we're good to go.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. After commencing at 2 o'clock and moving in camera, we're now back in open session, and we have a rise and report on one item that is to do with the BIA board appointment. And I'm going to read in a motion, and I'll be looking for a mover and a seconder.
So
The council herein appoint the following individuals as directors to the Collingwood Downtown Business Improvement Area Board of Management for a term concurrent with council until November 14, 2026, or until their successors are appointed. Susan Bishop, Linda Conway, Tim Cormick, Christina Cunningham, Brian Davies, Sarah Pennell, Lindsay Watson, and Carol Young-Petton. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Doherty and Councillor Perry. Any comment? Councillor Jeffery.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I think the clerk is requiring a motion to rise first before we proceed with this motion.
Okay. So.
And I would so move.
You would so move. Good. Could we have a seconder? Councillor Doherty. All those in favor? Okay, great. Okay, now pretend I read this just now. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Potts, Councillor Houston, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So we'll start the regular business of the meeting with the reading of the land acknowledgement, which Councillor Jeffery has agreed to read.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area, and we seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. Item 6.1 on the agenda is the adoption of various council meeting minutes. And it's the following, that the following minutes of council be approved as presented. Regular meeting of council held October 17, 2022. Special meeting of council held November 10, 2022. Special meeting of council held November 16, 2022. And special meeting of council held December 5, 2022. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Baines. Councillor Jeffery, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous, thank you. Would there be any business arising from the previous minutes? Seeing none, we'll move on to community announcements. There are a couple of items here on the agenda, and then I will turn to each councillor if they wish to also add a community announcement. So number 7.1 is the Cooperators Award to CCAT from Councillor Jeffery. So I'm going to turn this over to Councillor Jeffery to explain the award and to present it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. And at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, AGM in Regina this past June, I attended one of several workshops, and this one was hosted by the cooperators. And it was regarding climate adaptation, resiliency plans, and disaster preparedness in Canadian communities. And one of the presenters was former Edmonton Mayor Don Iveson, with whom I had previously worked on a number of committees at FCM. So my main concerns going into the workshop were our challenging shoreline flood risks and stormwater management. And communities in attendance were asked to complete a survey regarding their community's needs, which for our town IT, I will point out, it required the navigation of a QR code on the presenter's screen with my iPhone. So there's hope because I got it done. So only 5 participants were chosen nationally to receive an award of $1,000 to be awarded to a relevant nonprofit, charity, or co-op of the participant's choice. So I'm very happy to announce that I was one of those 5, and the $1,000 award is being presented to the Collingwood Climate Action Team to assist with their important work in education, awareness, and advocacy relating to matters of the climate change emergency. So before we do the check presentation, I am also very excited to say that I was able to introduce Don Iveson's team to our senior staff, facilitating a meeting to begin exploring potential opportunities to bring more private expertise and capital to our resiliency and climate adaptation initiatives. So our virtual presentation by the changes of our meeting tonight, I'm pleased to introduce the cooperators representative, Sean Kelly. Sean.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffery. Kind of a little short notice for myself. I kind of got brought into the mix this afternoon, but very happy to be here virtually. And normally we would have a big check and present it to you. One of the big things with cooperators is climate change and sustainability, and hence why we were at the FMC conference earlier this year. And as Councillor Jeffery alluded to, only 5 people across Canada were able to receive this donation, and Councillor Jeffery chose obviously the Collingwood Climate Action Team to receive those proceeds. So normally I'd be there holding a check and saying on behalf of Rob Westling, our CEO, and Chad Park, our VP of Sustainability and Citizenship, and actually our entire team here in Collingwood. We've been in the Collingwood area for over 50 years, and very happy to support our community in endeavors like this. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. And so now I'm very pleased to also ask Dr. David Orling on behalf of CCAT to give a comment with respect to the award and their good work.
Dr. Orling, are you there?
Through your worship to Councillor Jeffery, we don't see him in attendance at this time.
I just received a message, Clerk Almas, that says apologies, I can't connect. So,
all right. Potentially at our meeting in January, we can do a formal check presentation and have some pictures too for our social media, if that works.
I think that'll work perfectly. Thank you, Sean, for being here, and then I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Item 7.2 on community announcements. I'm going to ask Treasurer Quinlan to speak to this, please. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to members of council and the public. We just wanted to share that the 3rd draft of the 2023 budget book has now been posted to the website. It's under the budget and taxes page on the Town of Collingwood website, and of course also on our Engage page. So we're hoping to get lots of public feedback. Any questions or concerns, please email us at budget@collingwood.ca.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we'll go around the council table. We can pretend we're at our council table. And ask each of you if there's any community announcements that you would like to make. So we'll start with, excuse me, that would be Councillor Baines. Did you wish to answer something?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I didn't mean to intrude on anybody else in the line, But since you've asked me, I'll start off and do a shout out, if you will, to our town, our staff, and particularly CEO Kulchucky and Dean Director Culver for my cultural journey this past weekend, starting on Friday at the library with the Indigenous art exhibit, which I attended, and I noticed by the sign-up sheet that many did. I was really quite impressed by the variety and color of the artwork that was displayed there, and learned a lot by it. I appreciated that. That was followed up with, on the third floor of the library, the Muslim youth group bringing the Islam and information about the Islam religion to our town. This is one of 1,000 cities and towns that this group is visiting. And one of the individuals in particular, a very active, engaging entrepreneur who actually owns the shawarma shop right beside the, on High Street, right beside Mucho Burrito, had a fascinating discussion with him. He owns 18 restaurants between Waterloo and actually Collingwood, and is actually thinking of relocating here, and I encouraged him to do so. That was followed with participation in one of the 12, as I understand it, sweat lodges, which I attended along with 9 others. There were 12 of us in the sweat lodge, entirely dark, 2 sessions of 25 minutes each, and I can tell you it was very hot and a spiritual experience, quite frankly. And I asked the question, who's paying for this? No one else seemed to ask that. Well, turns out that the town of Collingwood is doing this to the tune of $500 per session, although the sessions actually end up costing $1,000, but Collingwood gets a great break. But I was very delighted that our town is taking these steps to really try and integrate various cultures. And I think that the experience was something to behold. And I would encourage everyone to take advantage of this next summer, because they will be repeating it then. I finished my cultural experience by selling 50-50 tickets for the Optimists at the Collingwood Blues game. So from start to finish, it was a cultural journey this past weekend. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And this actually being our first full-fledged council meeting, we've had a busy month since we were sworn in and could go through a collection of things. I want to give a shout out to the BIA for their 3 Fridays of their Christmas downtown Christmas market. Everything seemed to go off very well for them, and congratulations to everybody who put the efforts into that. And I think, as I said, that you could go through a bevy of things that we've been up to, but I think at this point in time, I'll just say happy holidays to everyone, and everybody stay safe.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffery.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin, and the deputy mayor is correct. There's a lot to catch up on. So I was pleased on behalf of mayor and council to attend the Easter Seals fundraiser. They raised over $101,000 in their inaugural event, and I congratulate Kevin Willem and all of the Collingwood businesses who supported on an overwhelmingly successful event. Also pleased to attend for the mayor's, the point person, the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence City Mayor's Initiative online, and I have more of this under other business. Of course, it seems like forever ago, but it hasn't been that long that the Royal Canadian Legion had embarked upon their Poppy Fund, and locally they were able to raise more than $40,000. So a shout out and congratulations to chairs Jamie Berman and Hans Mueller, and of course Sue Mueller would have been working in the background there somewhere as well. And then our Collingwood Blues, they're having an excellent run, attracting large enthusiastic crowds of support, and remain in the top 5 teams nationwide. And just a reminder to everyone that the 2022-23 Ontario Junior Hockey League All-Star celebration is going to be presented by Dairy Farmers of Ontario at the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena. So save the dates, January 13 and 14, 2023, and tickets are available at ticketpro.ca. And that host committee includes our former Mayor Terry Geddes, who's chair of the Collingwood Blues executive, Rob Paulroyd, a Blues executive member and a billet parent, and Dave Steele, who's owner of the Blues. And I too wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a happy and healthy festive season, no matter how you celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. I will echo the Deputy Mayor's comments with regard to the Christmas market. It just seems to get better and better every year. So hats off to the BIA. I'm sure there's a great deal of organization that goes into such a presentation. And the feedback that I had from just folks on the street and in fact, visitors to our community was so positive. In fact, I was at a little high school reunion last week, and I spoke to a couple of people in the Burlington area who were planning on coming up just for our market. So how do you like that? Anyway, also, I was able, and we are all very happy to see finally the unveiling of our Dare to Dream installation between the library and the Tremont building. And this is just a beautiful, whimsical tribute to diversity and inclusion. And I felt so very proud to be a member of this community and to be a part of that. And I also will just close to wish all my council colleagues and all our incredible hardworking staff here at the town of Collingwood a very, very Merry Christmas and all blessings, every success for the new year. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Houston.
Yeah, I have another shout out to the the Downtown Collingwood BIA. Actually, they just recently launched their downtown gift card program, and I know that's a project that they've been working on for quite a while now. So it's pretty exciting to see that get off the ground. I know Sue and the board have been working on it. You can purchase those cards directly through the Downtown Collingwood BIA website, and the new program allows gift card holders to purchase at participating businesses throughout the downtown. I think last I checked, there were about 33 businesses that were on board. That's a mix of retailers and restaurants. And I think it's a great initiative that they've launched to drive more shopping into downtown and encourage more local buying.
Thank you. Councillor, we already heard from Councillor Baines. Councillor Potts.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I actually have a really a neat shout out coming up in January. It's the 24-hour hockey challenge. Local minor hockey coach and executive member Mike Rise and his Junior Blues U13A hockey team are pleased to introduce the 24-hour hockey challenge, which is being held January 27th and 28th at Central Park Arena. This event will involve 48 teams playing hockey for 24 hours on the outdoor rink as well as an inside overnight. Each team consisting of 10 to 12 players will play a 1-hour hockey game, and all money raised will go to Home Horizons and Youth in Need of the Jordan Triangle. Obviously, with everything that these kind of events comes costs. So if there's anybody in the community that's willing to put towards the donations or sponsorship or even just register to join the tournament, I would suggest you contact Mike Rise through the Collingwood Minor Hockey website for further information. But I think it's an extremely neat event that's going to be coming up. I have some family participating in it, and hopefully the community can rally together. Another note just for the community and my colleagues and staff for happy holidays, and to any staff that will be coming in and working extra hours over the holiday season to make sure that everybody gets around safely. All the best. And again, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
I didn't have anything prepared. I I didn't realize this was this early in the agenda, but anyways, I haven't got a whole lot to add. I was at a number of things that everybody's already spoke about and enjoyed every one of them. I'm not sure whether anybody mentioned the December 8th. We had a great time at the Georgian Triangle Humane Society open house. It went really well. It was well attended, and apparently there has been a few puppies at least have been adopted since we were there, which was nice. I'm not sure you're going to announce it yourself, Mayor Hamlin, but I'm going to have the pleasure, along with everybody, I think, on council, making a presentation at the Order of Collingwood ceremonies on January 8th at the Georgian Bay Hotel, and looking forward to it. So other than that, I wish everybody a happy and Merry Christmas and a happy, healthy, and prosperous New Year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Perry.
There we go. I just want to say how much I've enjoyed working with every one of you the past 2 months. It's been an adventure. It's been a super steep curve, and that continues to. I don't see the end of it right now. It might be in a year. I'd be a lot more educated with all this stuff, but for all the help staff has given me, and I can probably speak on behalf of all the new incoming councillors. Staff has been wonderful to work with. I can't say enough as far as thank yous and the knowledge they've shared with us. I've enjoyed a lot of the business openings we've gone to, particularly it wasn't a business opening, but the Georgian Triangle Humane Society. That was a great event. Most of us were at. The unveiling of the art at the Tremont Library. That was. I don't think anyone out of there not feeling emotionally impacted, especially by John Miller's speech. It was not too many dry eyes in the place. But anyway, I do want to by wishing every one of you a very, very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I'm looking forward to almost 4 years of working together with you all. Thank you much.
Thank you. So from time to time, I'm going to talk in my community announcement about things I've undertaken as mayor so that council and the community knows, has some ideas about what's happening in the mayor's office. So one of the things I wanted to do is just read quickly a letter I sent on December 16th to the Honorable Paul Calandra, who's the Minister of Long-Term Care and Legislative Affairs. And of course, this is about Sunset Manor, and which is the county-run long-term care home in Collingwood, and they've been under a cease of admissions order for 19 months. So I did have a lengthy discussion with senior staff at the county and others, and here was my letter. As the new mayor of the town of Collingwood, located in Simcoe County, I'm writing to request your assistance with reopening Sunset Manor Long-Term Care Home. As you may be aware, Sunset Manor has been subject to a cease of admissions order since June 2021. This has resulted in over 50 empty beds, as no new admissions have been allowed for 19 months. Owned and operated by the County of Simcoe, Sunset Manor staff have been working extremely hard with the management company overseeing compliance and with ministry staff to collaboratively resolve the outstanding orders. I understand that only 2 compliance orders of the original 8 remain unresolved. While I do not minimize the importance of ministry staff wanting to make sure the home's operations are perfect, I want to convey the urgent need in our community for these beds to reopen. I cannot express how impactful the closing of this home to new admissions has been to our community. I hear almost every day from families and individuals who are in urgent need of the professional services offered by the home. Despite the order and negative attention in local media and social media that has resulted, Sunset Manor is still the home of choice for many of our residents. It is not just affecting the seniors in need of care, it is having an extreme impact on their loved ones who are unable to provide the level of care required themselves. They feel the growing delay in accessing the home is increasing the risk to their loved ones and the physical and mental health impacts to themselves. As well, one of the senior doctors at our Collingwood General and Marine Hospital contacted me last week to say that their operations are negatively impacted by their inability to transfer patients from hospital beds to the home. There are too many of these patients taking up hospital beds that are needed for those in urgent need of hospital care, and so increasing wait times for them. On behalf of our community, I'm requesting your help to speed up the reopening process. We understand the remaining 2 issues need to be resolved, but ask that all possible attention from the ministry be given to the home to assist with this process. We need to start accepting seniors again. Our community cannot wait much longer. Thank you for your consideration of this matter. Please let me know you have received my correspondence and contact me if you have any questions or to discuss this opportunity for your intervention to provide good news in our community in further detail. So that was my letter, and I read it out also saying to the community, if anyone's also interested in writing the Minister of Long-Term Care, that would always be welcome. So I'll just finish by also saying Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays to everyone, and have a good New Year as well. So we have one deputation this evening, and if I could ask Dana to step forward. This is a request to waive parkland dedication requirements, cash in lieu of land, or any combination thereof, as per bylaw number 04-63. Welcome.
Hi. Will there be our presentation coming up as well by our PowerPoint?
Clerk Almas, can you help us with that?
Yes, we're loading it now.
Oh, okay, great. And will you change the slides for us, Becky? Clerk Almas? Or
yes,
Clerk Dahl or Becky?
Yeah, as long as you just give us a warning when you want them in advance, that would be great.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dana Kaluzny, and I am one half of Endswell Beer. Beside me off camera is my partner in love and business, Mike Noonan. We appreciate the assistance of Town Council and staff in all they've done in providing Endswell support in our journey to date. We congratulate those returning and newly elected to Council, and we look forward to working with you all. The last time I stood before members of Council was in October of 2020, and I said that for small business entrepreneurs like Mike and I, momentum is everything. I am here today to request your support with resolutions to actually 2 aspects of our site control agreement to keep that momentum going for us. Next slide, please. So Mike and I are small business owners, an independent company of 2. We have a young family and have lived in Collingwood for 4 years. We met in craft beer in 2008. We fell in love and we're married in a brewery. It's taken Mike and I 10 years to realize our dream to run a small independent business with integrity to our family and community. And this includes selling off our personal assets and saving money to be able to start and remain independent business owners. And even though there have been obstacles in our way, I thought I made a typo by writing choose, but we actively keep choosing to start our business and have our business in Collingwood. And we're really excited about where we're at in the process. Next slide. So we are actively engaged in our community, and that passion will extend to how Endswell is as a community hub, both in a space and as a company with our values. We are involved in the community in several ways. I'm currently a volunteer with E3 Community Services, and I'm Mike and I are both looking forward for us and our staff to be working with E3 as an inclusive employer, providing educational, learning, and social initiatives in our tap room. We also donated our vacant space to the Rainbow Club for them to build and store their holiday parade float. And we look forward to continuing to work with the Rainbow Club for future initiatives and opportunities. I am currently a member of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Community of Practice for South Georgian Bay Health and Social Organizations, and we are founding members of the Safe Bars Pact initiative. Mike and I both have a passion for cycling and craft beer, and it's been our dream to open our tap room and brewery adjacent to the Georgian Trail so that not only can we ride our bikes to work, but we can also build upon active transportation for local and regional residents and visitors in Collingwood. Next slide, please. We are so excited to have found a location after a 4-year search and some challenges with zoning conformity. And we are currently leasing a portion of the commercial building that's at 26 Elm Street here in Collingwood. We currently are in the site plan control process with resubmission number 3 currently being reviewed by staff. The proposed use of a restaurant and accessory brewery is permitted in the existing zoning, and the only planning approval required before we can get our building permit to complete an interior renovation of the existing building is site plan control approval with a site plan agreement. Endswell has already received an exemption from the town's ICBL. We just need to complete site plan approval so we can get our building permit. And while the typical site plan approval process may be appropriate for large developments, subdivisions, and developers, we've quickly learned that the process has become overwhelming, unpredictable, and very cost prohibitive for small business owners like us. We're not proposing any new buildings. We are simply proposing an interior renovation of an existing underutilized garage, landscaping and parking area improvements to the existing site, as well as a connection to the Harborview Trail and a seasonal patio. We do not own the property, and that property currently has a house on it with multiple residential tenants, their own driveway, and a large yard for the residents. Next slide, please. By nature of occupying a lease here, we're working to commit to this area becoming a more visible public recreational feature and community hub. Our project is very unique in that it is centrally located in Collingwood and will become a destination and amenity directly adjacent to the Georgian Trail system, right on the Harborview Trail and a short distance from the Waterfront Trail in the heart of Collingwood, connecting to other cycling-friendly businesses. We know how heavily used the Georgian Trail is across South Georgian Bay and how incredible Collingwood's trail system is as it continues to grow in popularity with residents and visitors, and how it connects other businesses with such ease. We believe strongly that our proposed business will contribute to attracting greater use of this public recreational feature and will promote additional active transportation within Collingwood and draw people from both outside of Collingwood into town, as well as people living here, providing wider public health, environmental, tourism, and economic benefits to the town. Next slide, please. Our site plan and landscaping plan, as just sort of outlined here, includes a direct trail connection. That's what we've highlighted in yellow. So a direct trail connection to Harborview Trail. And we will be building a granular screenings trail for a direct barrier-free and safe path to our entrance and bike parking for both pedestrians and cyclists. We are here before you this evening with a request to have the requirement for parkland dedication waived or a different approach applied as it relates to our site plan approval that accounts for the scope of our project. Council has the authority to waive this requirement as per section 5, subsection 2 of the town's parkland dedication bylaw by way of a resolution. The additional financial burden of paying cash in lieu of parkland at this point of the process is a huge financial burden to us, especially in light of all the costs incurred to date. We don't believe it's fair or appropriate to require cash in lieu of parkland for our project for a number of reasons, including the scope of our project is an interior renovation to an existing underutilized building, as well as exterior landscaping, parking enhancements, and a seasonal patio. We are one tenant of a multi-tenanted property. No new buildings are proposed. The existing building and property are underutilized and provide no net benefit to the town in their current stage. Through our proposal, we will be enhancing an existing property and providing a number of wider net benefits to the town, which is something that's very important to us and that we're really proud of. There is also no net increase on demand on parkland as a result of the proposed application. Next slide, please. We started the site plan approval process in April 2022 and have been at it now for 9 months. With submission number 3 currently with town staff, the earliest we can expect a site plan agreement is sometime in January 2023. We cannot start our renovation and leasehold improvements to be able to open our business and actually bring in income until we have this agreement. And at this point, we hope that we can open by summer 2023, especially to capitalize on the peak season and some of the capital losses that we've incurred over this process. We've had to hire a team of different professional consultants and have spent $60,000 in consultant fees thus far. Between town application and planning fees, consultant fees, and estimated civil works required of the site plan approval, we will spend approximately $140,000 before we do any of the building permit. We are tenants who are renovating 2,600 square feet. New comments have arisen from the town through the process that were not identified at the pre-consultation stage that have led to further time delays and costs. All this being said, we do understand the need for a process and that the town must follow its policies and procedures. It just seems overly onerous when applied to small scale projects and local small business owners. We are ready to start renovating and allocating more of our capital costs to leasehold improvements so we can open our business to the public and grow our team with new jobs locally. We are also excited to work with an independent food contractor who is another local small business and who are dependent on our opening to start operating again. They have existing staff who are waiting to start work. Next slide, please. It's also noted that there are 2 existing and functioning water services operational on the property. As a requirement of the site plan approval, we're required to abandon one service and connect the multi-tenant house to our restaurant and brewery, as well as the other commercial tenant that shares the building with us, and to meet the one service rule per property. Each service currently has its own meter and backflow prevention in place. Information on the current meters states that the line from the water main to the house is 3/4 inch and the line to our commercial building, which was the previous Collingwood Spring Repair Shop, is 1 inch, which is appropriate for the size and scope of that business use, as well as what we're proposing, a commercial restaurant and small scale brewery. Connecting the house and our business to one water service would result in a significant loss of water pressure flows for everyone, negatively impacting our business as well as the multiple tenants in the residential and commercial building. Removing a well-functioning water line and installing a new one would also mean significant cost to us, more work for town staff, unnecessary waste of materials, and disruption of access on the property due to the excavation required of the driveway, which is an access point for all residential and other existing commercial tenants. There's also a, yes?
Sorry, I'll just note we're just over 11 minutes right now.
Okay, I'm almost at the thank you slide. Okay, I'll wrap it up. There's also a potential that the property could be severed in the future by the current or any future property owners. Our engineers provided a letter which is included in the deputation submission, so I'm not going to review that. But we're asking council to approve a resolution to the site plan control agreement, applying a common sense approach to exempt Endswell from the one water service per property rule to keep the existing water services in place. Last slide, please. As small independent business owners and as part of the proposed development, we are providing additional economic, active transportation, environmental, and tourism development in a key strategic area of the town. We've been working to find resolutions with staff and are coming to council based on the outcomes of our discussions with staff that only you as council members have the authority to make resolutions that deviate from existing bylaws. If council can either waive the parkland dedication cash in lieu or have a different calculation approach taken similar to 120 Hume Street that accounts for 2% cash in lieu of construction costs, as well as waive the one service per property rule to allow us to keep the water lines, we would be extremely grateful and better positioned for success as small business owners. Please note that as per planner Cassandra Dillman, construction costs would be 2% on all site works associated with the proposed development. So that includes all internal renovations, external landscaping costs, site plan, site works that improves the value of the land. So this would include the water services. So we estimate that this total would be approximately $5,000 in additional costs to us. Your decisions this evening could result in investing significant money and time in our project to be reinvested to upgrade previously derelict building with infrastructure, beautification, environmental initiatives like our pre-water waste system, which is valued at $90,000. Living wage salaries for our team and jobs reinstated to people living here locally waiting to work again. We hope that council shares our vision of the benefits of this project and how it will benefit the town. And we ask for council's support to help us make our small business a reality and get us over the hurdles to complete the site plan approval process. Thank you so much for your support. And we look forward to welcoming you all to our grand opening next year.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions of council? This would be Councillor Perry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wondering thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I was just wondering why there needs to only be one water supply when there's two existing buildings on the site. Did somebody want to clear that up for me? I'm not sure who would address that.
I think, yes, there's Director Slama. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Perry. So by our town's water bylaw, there's a requirement, or we kind of go by the standard, I guess you could say, of one property, one service. So part of the logic behind that is there's less infrastructure for the town to own and maintain going forward. So we would have one service, 1 meter, as opposed to two services, 2 meters. That's part of what's the town's responsibility with respect to the water system. It is a standard requirement when sites are being redeveloped, where we have a situation like this, where what's on the site today doesn't meet our current standards or water bylaw, that we ask for the work to be completed to bring it in line with our standards. And also some of the other things we consider is with one service as opposed to multiple services, is looking at minimum spacing between services, and that could be water services and wastewater services. So it's in our interest to keep the number of services connected to the water main as little as possible. In this case, because there are two services, as Dana indicated, one option is to retain one of the services and just decommission the second, providing that to their satisfaction, one service will meet the needs for all of the water needs on the site. So Dana did indicate that might not be possible with one of the services. And I think that's, and also, you know, it becomes a billing, the town considers it from a billing perspective as well, but actually that's an advantage to the property owner. With two services, the property owner is paying two fixed charges. With one service, that would be, they'd be paying one one fixed charge that would be lesser than a smaller amount than paying the two separate charges.
I just want to add that, as maybe some people know, the landlord is putting that back on us as tenants. So we're going to be paying for it anyways.
Actually, that was going to be my next comment. Thank you, Dana. The other question I have is, they are existing buildings, and they're just being renoed. So why is there going to be money in lieu of parkland? Should that not have been addressed way back when the buildings were first built or developed? It's almost like,
go ahead.
Sorry, to me, I've never agreed with paying tax on a used car, because tax was paid for when the car was originally bought. I know that may not be a correct analogy, but that's the way my brain is seeing it right now. Can somebody fill me in on that as well?
Yeah, Director Valentine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the councillor. The town's parkland dedication bylaw permits the town to request parkland or cash in lieu when a property is being redeveloped. And the definition of redevelopment includes the substantial renovation of a building or structure or change of character to the property or the density in use. So in this case, for the portion of the property that's being redeveloped under the site plan, it's moving from an automotive garage to a 140-seat restaurant. And
it's not 140 seats.
Sorry, that's what the information that we had from the site plan.
Occupancy. Occupancy is 140.
Occupancy, thank you for that correction. And in addition, the accessory brewery. So that would fall under the definition of redevelopment. And as noted by the deputant, staff are not able to waive parkland dedication under the bylaw. That would be a council decision.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. And this question is through you to Director Valentine. And it is to do with the cash in lieu of parkland. So because this is an unusual circumstance in that the proponent here does not own the property, are only doing an internal renovation, although they are as added value doing a fairly substantial amount of exterior improvements. Is the option that we have just approved for 121 Hume Street, which is percentage based on construction, is that something that we can offer as an alternative in this case, because that is a known value, and presumably the proponent knows now what their costs are?
Yes, go ahead, Director Valentine.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. And firstly, just to acknowledge that this is a difficult situation. You do have a small business owner before you today asking for relief, and staff are, of course, required to administer bylaws in a fair and transparent manner so that all small businesses in the same situation are treated equally. That being said, we did certainly provide this as an alternative solution through to the deputant. Is that council has, again, through a council resolution, this couldn't be done at the staff level, considered as an alternative to having the proponent hire an appraiser, which is a cost, and seek the 2% of the appraised difference in value to the property before and after the internal and external improvements that the proponent could provide based on their contractor's estimates, a construction value for the internal and external renovations, and we could apply the 2% if that is council's will to that value, and that would represent the monetary contribution for cash in lieu of parkland. So long answer, yes, that would be available to the council as an alternative option to assist the deputant.
Thank you. And a follow-up, if I may, Mayor. So, and would that require a pre and post property evaluation, or it's just simply the cost of construction? Okay, thank you.
Yes, through the chair, that it does avoid that step of the appraiser with pre and post, and would simply be based on the construction value of the internal and external site improvements.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor, if I may, so this question is to Ms. Kaluzny, and that is, what is your timing or your preferred timing in terms of hearing back from this council?
I mean, I'd love to hear from you tonight, because then I can sleep, because I wake up at 3 in the morning in a panic. So I would love to hear from you tonight. If that is not possible, we're really hoping that we can have all of the details for the site plan agreement finalized in January, so that we can have the site plan agreement, so that we can move to the building permit. Like I said, we can't do anything, and we have no income coming in at all. And you know, for our type of business, being able to be open for peak season, like ideally by the spring, would be amazing. I mean, we're losing the ski season, but it would be ideal that that we have the time to do our leasehold improvements, which are anywhere from like 3 to 6 months. So we're really cutting it very close, and we're going to have to be busting it to make it work. So the sooner we can hear from you, the better, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I see Councillor Jeffery has her card up. Just generally, the only, I guess the only, I always want to support staff. But when I consider the fact that, again, that this property is being leased, it's not owned, but more importantly, that you have two completely different uses of the property in two completely separate buildings, the notion of combining water services to one service, and the complications that may entail in terms of one being residential, one being commercial, the metering issues, which right now both lines are separately metered. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me in this particular case. And I think that there's enough idiosyncrasies with this case that in my mind, could justify a recommendation not to combine the services.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jeffery.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I think that we have done motions before from deputations, and I would look to the clerk for confirmation. But if there's a motion maybe already prepared in anticipation, but my question first with respect to the water part as opposed to the cash and lieu part is there a condition that could be put on this in terms of something that would trigger going forward that they had to be combined, understanding that the situation of the property now is such that it just doesn't make sense either to me that we would do it just because it's a standard. But is there something that could trigger going forward that it had to be done? Say Endswell took over more of the property or something like that.
Director Slama, could you, and I know you had your card up as well.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Before I respond to Councillor Jeffries, I just want, and this is a little bit to Councillor Jeffries' question as well as a comment from Councillor Doherty. So it's actually probably more typical than you might realize that when we have site plan developments or redevelopments, we do require this standardization of one service per property. So if you look at a site plan like the Starbucks, so there's one service to the property that is Starbucks and the paint store, and there's also provisions for service to another building that could be built in the future. So that's a good example in my eyes of when that site was being redeveloped, there was an agreement to go to one property, one service, and find a way to service the different needs for the different buildings on site as required. Another example would be the site plan off of Hume Street with the Holiday Inn and two other buildings that will be on that site plan, which again was one property, one service. So it is done. It is also not unusual for there to be an owner of the property and then someone else that is doing the development on the property, and the business that's moving forward with the redevelopment is the one that complies with the requirements by the town and pays for that work in some cases. So Councillor Jeffery, I believe your question was, do we see an opportunity to leave the services as is and have a requirement if there was to be future development? In my first thought with that would be, I don't see the advantage of that, to be honest. I feel that there is an advantage to the business owner and the town to move towards the one service, one property, one service now, because then they'll know that they have a reliable supply that can meet the needs of their business. And, they can also take potential future plans into consideration.
Okay, so if the clerk says it's okay, I'd like to do a motion specifically, first of all, with respect to the cash in lieu of parkland, and it would be to that council agree to the alternate calculation at the discretion of the Director Valentine, similar to what we did for 120 Hume Street, because that's provides some consistency in our decision making. So I would move that part for now, and I need to think about the water part some more.
Councillor Houston.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I just had a couple follow-up questions to Director Salama. The examples that you used, are they different in that? I think it's my understanding that those are developments or redevelopments that included building new buildings or new infrastructure. Is that correct?
Yes, through the chair and those few examples that I gave, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so rather than reusing an existing building and renovating it. The other question that I had was around just some clarification on the benefit to the business owner of going to the one service. What would the benefit be?
Through the chair to Councillor Houston. So with one service, so right now the property is paying for two services and the fixed fees related to that. So going to one property, one service, there would just be the application of the fixed fees on the one service. The fixed fees are set by the size of the service, but typically the 3/4 and the 1 inch, if the new service was to be 1.5 inch, the fixed charges for 1.5 inch would be cheaper than the two separate charges. So that's one advantage. And another site that I can think of is on Mountain Road. there is a site where there's multiple buildings, and when the owners were looking at renovating one of the buildings, that was when we brought forward some changes with them to make sure they had one major water service that was providing the water to the site, and then they branched off to multiple services to the other to the separate buildings on site. And the advantage for that owner was we were also implementing the backflow at the time. So they were just installing one backflow on one service. So in this case, where these two services are a commercial service and a residential service, we only require the backflow prevention on the commercial service. But in that other example, there was some advantages for the owners of that site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ring?
Sorry. I think I understand the reason for the bylaw. The more outlets you put on a main is going to affect the capacity at the water treatment plant. I know it's a small example because there are only 3/4 inch lines and it's only 2 of them. Obviously, they were there before. Would they have been installed prior to the town's bylaw? If not, we wouldn't. If the deputation tonight hadn't come in and requested, or even bought or rented the property to start a small business, we wouldn't have asked the previous owner to dig it up and close one of them off, would we not? Would we?
Go ahead, Director Slama.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Ring, you are correct. So there are sites in town where we know there's multiple services to the one property. So just as I was saying at the beginning, so it's typically when a site is going to be redeveloped or some work is happening on that site, then we would move and require this, one service to the property. There have been a few cases where we did proactively make this requirement for some multi-unit dwelling sites, but generally it is through redevelopment. And yes, those two services would have been installed prior to this standard by the town.
And just a quick follow-up, if you said it, I apologize for. There's a backflow on both lines going into the property. There's not?
Through the chair to Councillor Ring, there is a backflow prevention on the one commercial service, not on the residential.
Not the residential, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Baines?
Thank you. I would just suggest under the circumstances, because these seem to be precedent-setting cases, particularly in regard to the water, and I would dearly like to dig into this more, but not to belabor this discussion tonight for the applicant as well. And I would suggest a deferral to the next meeting so that we could appropriately hear back from staff. And I feel under some pressure in this regard. I'm very sympathetic to the applicant. One more question I would suggest is, can I know what the total amount is here for both the supposed 2% versus or in lieu of, and the cost to you for changing the water service? Thank you.
Thank you. Was that a question of Dana?
Yes, I think so. Well, or staff, whomever can answer that. Quick questions of the cost in both cases.
Okay. Dana, would you like?
I can start. If we have to hire a commercial appraiser, both pre and post, we've already received an estimate that one appraisal would be at minimum $5,000 plus HST. That's just for them to come and determine the value once pre. And so we would need pre and post. And then there would be the actual value that's calculated based on the value of the property. And like I said, it is a commercial property, but it's mixed use with a residential house on it. So we're looking at, significant, like tens of thousands, not a couple thousand. And if it's the construction cost, a calculation similar to 120 Hume Street, as I mentioned, that would be an estimate of about $5,000 as a cost to us. The water lines, according to Director Slama, upgrading all the lines to a 1.5 inch. So now that would be connecting the lines and putting all new water lines in. I have no idea what that would cost, but that is not going to be a small chunk of change. Maybe Director Slama could talk to that. Plus, that would be significant costs that we've been paying rent since September. So we also would be accounting for that, of continuing to pay rent for more construction time. And that work wouldn't be able to get done until the spring, because they'd have to excavate a gravel driveway, which is a huge length from the water main all the way to the back of the property. Not to mention all the work to the house.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Perry. Oh, come to you next.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Hanlon. This is a question, and maybe we can get Dana to quickly explain to the councillors if they don't know. I understand you have a treatment process for outgoing water. I know we've been focusing on the incoming water. There's got to be a savings for town through that too, but this is coming at your cost.
Yes,
if you can explain that quickly.
Yeah, we are investing $90,000 into our own pre-water treatment service. It's called BioGill. You can look up the case studies. Actually, it was included in several of our proposals that we've made to town, and we've shared it with the water department just as a great alternative that other rural breweries and wineries have applied. Basically, that system removes 95% of the BODs that are produced, so that essentially any of our wastewater goes in and mixes back with within the sanitation, like we've already cleaned it. It's already treated, which is going to significantly impact the town and any added costs on their part, and any other demand on the wastewater system. It's a win-win for everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Yeah, I think it's more of a comment than a question. In this, from my perspective, in this case, we have a building that's got a separate water service already with a backflow prevention in place. It's a 1-inch line, which I believe is adequate enough service to service what needs to be done. I'm extremely sympathetic with the business owners trying to get going. We're a community that tries to promote local business. We want to bring business to Collingwood. Obviously, they're owners raising a family here in town, and I just think that in this case, we can try to defer for meeting after meeting after meeting, but I think we need to come to a solution sooner than later. And if it was one service on the property and we needed to go to a separate service, I understand, but everything's in place. They've been exempt. There's no addition to the water main. I'm having a hard time watching us try to put a stop to something or hold something up when really we should be trying to find a solution and supporting it. That's my comment.
Thank you. I think I'd also like to add, I am in support of the alternate parkland calculation here. It just seems to make sense. And I'm also content with the existing water lines that are there for the reasons that have been given. I'm mindful too of the fact that this is an area in transition somewhat, and there's a lot of commercial development that's happening in that area. And the house that's there now might not be there in 5 or 10 years. And we don't know how that site might be developed and what size of water line it might need. So I just think, given all those things, I'm quite sympathetic to both these items. Councillor Jeffery, did you wish to talk again? Councillor, we better hear from our clerk. Go ahead.
She knows what my question is going to be.
Oh.
Certainly. So normally for a deputation, particularly at a council meeting, if you wanted to pass a motion this evening, you just have to waive notice. Otherwise, it'd be a notice motion for consideration on January the 23rd.
Okay, thank you.
So Mayor Hamlin, so I would like to request council to waive notice to entertain a motion to approve the alternate calculation and to approve waiving the necessity of aligning the water lines at this time. So
okay, so
notice to waive.
Just this, we'll deal with the waiver first to deal with this motion. And it would be seconded. Is that Councillor Ring putting his hand up to second that? Yes, thank you. Any discussion on the waiving of notice? So in other words, our decision we make tonight, we can make a decision tonight on this without waiting. Yeah, okay. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's Councillor Banks is opposed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So then I would move that we approve the alternate calculation as approved by our Director Summer Valentine, and that the water lines, we waive the requirement to adjust the water lines and leave them as they are.
Okay, and there's our seconder for that, Councillor Potts. Thank you. Any comment? Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm going to support the proposal. I wish the proponent all the best in their operation, and since it is an operation that uses a fair bit of water, I would assume, I'd just like to make sure that it's understood that if you do have expansion, and hopefully that's in the future, and you're going to have expansion needs, and you're going to be on that site. I think at that point in time, it would be important that we entertain the idea of going to one service. So, as I said, I'm going to be supportive of the motion as it stands.
Deputy Fryer, I think we lost you there, Deputy Mayor.
So sorry, did anything come through?
Yes, we heard you to the point that you would be supportive of
the motion as read. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this motion? No, I just want to thank the deputant for coming forward and sharing her issues and allowing us the opportunity to bring this forward and deal with it tonight. Okay, all those in favor? And any opposed? No, it's unanimous. So good luck and Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Good night. Okay. Okay, no crime. All right. Item 9, reports and minutes of other committees and boards. And the motion is that the minutes of the following boards be hereby received and recommendations contained therein be approved. 9.1, the Collingwood Public Library Board minutes, September 22nd and November 24th, both 2022. And also the Collingwood Police Services Board minutes, October 5, 2022. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Ring and Councillor Houston, thank you. Any comments? All those in, wait a minute, we got a comment, Councillor Jeffery.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Just with respect to the Police Services Board, I just wanted to publicly thank our Vice Chair, Donna Wilson. We haven't been able to do that at a Police Services Board meeting, given the timing of meetings over this season, and our meetings are quarterly. Just to thank her for her service to the board. She has changed municipalities and is no longer eligible, but we certainly appreciate her work and leadership on the Police Services Board. And thank you for the opportunity to say that publicly.
Yes, that's fantastic. Thank you. Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Just very briefly, hopefully, I was wondering in the police services board minutes, 8.1, I'm not going to ask about right now because we're entertaining in 12.1 the extension of services, and I'm sure the CAO will update us on that. But in 7.2, it talks about the police service board and council communications protocols, and it's and they're endorsing what the town clerk had put forward. So can just a little bit of a quick overview on what that was about?
Clerk Thomas, would this be something you could address this evening?
Thank you, Your Worship. I did have a brief or an opportunity to review the protocol that was put forward for the board and made a couple minor suggestions. And my apologies, I'm not exactly sure where that stands. I think it's actually scheduled to come back to council in January for approval, but I can confirm at a later time.
We can talk about that later then. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to talk about this later, Kathy, Councillor Jeffery.
Yeah, and just to mollify the deputy mayor a little bit, it really was, we've never had a communications protocol before, as noted by our CAO, and it basically was putting in place the procedure that we have and the accountabilities that the board has through its jurisdiction, and what information the council needs going forward as the proprietor of the contracting. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. All those in favor? Bruce is approving the minutes. That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 10, what we're doing here is approving the resolutions of the various standing committees. So the first one, 10.1, is the Standing Committee Report for Special Strategic Initiatives on November 23rd, 2022. And I'm reading 10.1.1. The Council received the Strategic Initiative Standing Committee Report from its meeting held November 23rd, 2022, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report presented. And also budget discussions, recommendation to direct staff to organize engagement opportunities for the public to provide their 2023 budget input to council prior to final consideration. And this was passed unanimously at this committee. Would there be a mover and a seconder for council? Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Perry, thank you. Any comment? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. 10.2, that council received the Strategic Initiative Standing Committee Report from its meeting held December 5, 2022, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. The first one is T 2022-18, the 2022 Q3 financial report and forecast. The second one is T 2022-17, 2023 budget draft number 2 and public feedback. And then there's a number of items that have been dealt with during that meeting. I won't read all those. The third one is T 2022-15. Oh, and this is the one, yes, for for our deputy mayor who was going to step out for this item.
I think I would just ask if we could just sever that while we deal with the other ones.
Okay, so what we're going to deal with then is we're going to sever out from these two points I'm going to read in a second, any reference to ACE caps, and then we'll deal with that separately. Okay, so the first one is 2023 fees and service charges be received with the exclusion of fees specific to National Lifeguard Service, Bronze Cross, and Bronze Medallion and Emergency First Aid not be increased, and that bylaw 2022-091 being a bylaw to adopt the 2023 fees and services charges, except for the references to ACE caps, be enacted and passed this 19th day of December 2022. Okay, mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Baines, Councillor Doherty, any discussion? Councillor Jeffery.
Thank you, Mayor Hammond. So I just have one question with the fees and service charges. I heard a vicious rumor today that perhaps we were going to start charging for shinny hockey at the outdoor arena or outdoor rink. And I just wanted to make sure that wasn't included in here, because I would want to have input with respect to the, you know, comparators of other youth activities in the town that we don't charge for, such as the skateboard park and other things. So I just want to confirm if Director Culver or our treasurer are just available to confirm that there's no charges in there included for the outdoor rink for shinny hockey.
Yes, Treasurer Quinlan, would you be able to answer that?
I'm sorry, I just need a quick minute through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Jeffery. I'm not sure 100%. Director Culver is off today, but if you just give me a millisecond here, I'll be able to tell you if there's any change there. So what I'm reading in the report, it shows that there is a youth and a senior fee for shinny at both the Eddie Bush and Central Park arenas, but I don't see anything for the outdoor rink itself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, Mayor Hamlin. And the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think we're going to vote on not referring to ACE cabs in the fees and services, but I think the way you were reading the motion in, you would read through the rest of this and vote to accept that, and then just have to deal with the ACE cab fees and charges. And I'll look to Clerk Thomas if I'm incorrect about that.
That is correct. So if
Do I need to change what I've said already?
So if we proceed with approving all of the items that were unanimous, with the exception of the portion of bylaw 2022-091 that deals with ACE taxi fees, and then we'll pull that separate and adopt the taxi fees following Deputy Mayor's removal from the meeting.
Yeah, okay, that's great. I think that's what I said. Okay, that's great. So I think that was the discussion on that point. So all in favor? No, I'm not making myself, yeah, it's okay. All right. And Councillor Baines, are you opposed? No. Okay. Okay, so we're unanimous. Thank you. And then Deputy Mayor, if you wanted to excuse yourself, and we'll vote on that item with respect to ACE cabs.
Mayor Hamlin, just how do I go about? Do I just simply
just turn off your video? Yeah, if you turn off your video, I think that'll be fine. We just don't want you influencing us by giving us evil eyes. Okay. Okay. So now I'll just read this again, and this is specifically 2023 fees and service charges with respect to the ACE cab issues, and that the bylaw 2022-01 being a bylaw to adopt the 2023 fees and service charges with respect to the ACE cab issues be enacted and passed this 19th day of December 2022. I'll move in a seconder for that, please. Councillor Jeffery, Councillor Doherty, any comment? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And Deputy Mayor, you can come back into the room. Thank you. The last item is T 2022-16 2023 development charges received for information and endorsement. So can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Houston, thank you. And Councillor Ring, thank you. Any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And Clerk Almost, I didn't deal with the first couple. Is that what you're going to tell me?
Certainly. So sorry, we took it that we were basically approving and ratifying all the previous decisions that were contained in those sets of minutes,
Yes.
including the rise and report, including the appointments to the various committees and boards. The only item that was scoped out was that one with respect to the bylaw. So right now we have it that council has approved the remainder of those items. So your next item of business is 10.3.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So 10.3 is the report from the Corporate and Community Services Standing Committee of December 5, 2022. And that reads that council receive the Corporate and Community Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held December 5, 2022, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. And there are two: referral of the Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee regarding a community safety zone on Hurontario Street from First to Hume Street to the BIA for comment, and to staff for feedback for discussion at the next Corporate and Community Services Standing Committee meeting. And secondly, support to waive ice rental associated with Hockey Day in Collingwood event taking place on January 18, 2023. And this was unanimous at the Standing Committee. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ring and Councillor Perry, thank you. Any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next item, 10.4, is the report from the Development and Operations Standing Committee on December 12, 2022. And there's several items here. So the council received the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held December 12, 22, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report and the associated bylaws as presented. The first is the Heritage Committee minutes. And this one read as follows: that staff consider during the upcoming review of the Heritage Bylaw the addition of aluminum-clad wood windows to the list of types of windows permissible for use on heritage bylaws, heritage buildings. Thank you. The second is P 2022-36, approval and authorization bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement and major redevelopment and restoration tax incentive grant application. This was for 76 Hurontario Street, the Trot Block Commercial Edition, Town File D 11622. So as I said, this is for the approval of a site plan control application. Building, okay, subject to the owner entering into a site plan control agreement with the town to the satisfaction of the Director, Planning, Building, and Economic Development, and Town Solicitor, an authorization bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement for a commercial addition at 76 Hurontario Street be enacted and passed. Secondly, approval of a major redevelopment and restoration tax incentive grant for the owner of 76 Hurontario Street, subject to the owner entering into a heritage conservation and maintenance agreement with the town, to the satisfaction of the Director, Planning, Building, and Economic Development, and Town Solicitor. And finally, that bylaw number 2022-092, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a site plan control agreement for a commercial addition at 76 Hurontario Street, be enacted and passed this 19th day of December 2022. These are all still unanimous items, so I'm going to keep reading. That P 2022-39 part lot control exemption bylaw, Resummit View subdivision for the blocks listed as follows: that bylaw number 2022-093, being a bylaw to enact a part lot control exemption for a period of 2 years to allow for the creation of 42 semi-detached lots within blocks 234-254 and the creation of 4 townhouse lots within blocks 294-295 of Plan 51M 1170 be enacted and passed this 19th day of December 2022. And on PW 2022-20, which was our traffic calming policy update, communication staff to develop a did you know education piece on the traffic calming policy and public feedback. And lastly, CAO 2022-16 SCAP update, and this is the water allocation for 2023. There are two parts to this. The first is extension of the short-term ICBL exemption program until the appeals of zoning bylaw amendment 2022-007 are either withdrawn or resolved, and the interim control bylaw, which is number 2021-024, ceases to be in effect. And secondly, staff to report back to council in Q1 2023 with proposed amendments to the water and wastewater servicing capacity allocation policy. So I'm going to deal with those all together. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffery, Councillor Baines. Any comments on any of these or questions? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. Albeit the motion to direct staff to consider the use of extruded aluminum clad wood windows as an approved material was approved unanimously. I did want to comment. So I'm seeing some head shaking.
Well, you go ahead. We'll deal with the head shaking later.
Okay, thank you. I did receive a number of emails over the weekend from individuals who were concerned about the approval of aluminum clad wood windows as recommended by staff to be in contradiction of our heritage bylaw, our downtown heritage bylaw. I did follow up with staff on this because it was a staff recommendation, and it certainly in my mind, it made sense for reasons that I will elaborate on later. But I wanted to understand exactly the rationale for staff recommendation, and that is that the design guidelines of the Downtown Heritage Conservation District Plan state that guidelines are the enforceable benchmark against which applications for alterations are judged, but are not intended to restrict new ideas that are compatible with the original built character of the town. So in this case, the reason why I was inclined to approve, and I'm still very comfortable
can I interrupt briefly? I think you're speaking to the next item, which is 10.4.2. This particular one is coming from the Heritage Committee meeting minutes that staff considered during their upcoming review of the Heritage bylaw, whether they should add aluminum clad windows as permissible.
Okay, sorry. I guess I was speaking to the motion. So
yeah, so hold your thoughts.
Yeah, I can hold my comments.
Okay. Any other comments on all of these things? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, get ready. It's coming. Okay, 10.4. So these are Heritage Committee minutes, which these recommendations carried but not unanimous. And so the first one is the council support the staff recommendation for approval of the heritage permit for new extruded aluminum wood windows on the second story of the west, and that's the front, and east, which is the rear facades at 43 here Ontario Street. Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder to get that on the floor? Councillor Potts and Councillor Perry and Councillor Doherty, would you like to speak to this? Okay.
Thank you. And perhaps I'll just continue my comments that I I do believe that, or at least I was inclined to approve this, and I think that the notion is substantiated in our design guidelines, in that the material essentially is wood, and wood has been the material that has been identified as ideal for use in heritage buildings because of the way in which it performs with the kind of brick that was used back in those days. It allows the brick to breathe and to expand, as does the wood. So providing the functionality of wood, but with a different cladding, which, although it's not exactly the same, I view cladding as being, cladding may be paint, cladding may be urethane, cladding may be stain, but it is cladding. The essential construction is wood.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this matter? Councillor Baines.
I beg to differ with my good friend. It is at best aluminum cladded wood. From the exterior, from the streetscape, it's this. I suppose I would hold my judgment until I could see two windows side by side. One, an aluminum clad wooden window, as the proponent is suggesting, versus a real wood window. And I bet dollars to donuts I could tell the difference, but I will reserve my judgment on that until and unless we could have a side-by-side examination or test of that. But having said that, at this point, as far as I'm concerned, it's splitting hairs to say it's a wooden window but clad in aluminum. It is, for all intents and purposes, in my opinion, from the exterior, an aluminum window. But that's my opinion. So, and I'm just saying, as far as the process goes here, I understand what staff are recommending, that a fuller discussion with the Heritage Committee is necessary on this point, because they certainly made their own opinions known. So I'm just restating what I stated previously at committee. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Yeah, I'm not sure who could answer, but I'm going to ask a couple questions and probably make a comment as well. And there's a couple, at least two things would determine why I voted in favor of the motion at our last meeting. And one was, and I know if Councillor Baines just mentioned about splitting hairs, but we all got the emails. I'm sure we did, because I got a ton of them over the weekend. But the one phrase where they tried to explain what usually wood is, when they talked about replacing windows, it said it's usually wood. What does that mean? And I did the explanation. I saw one email give an explanation, but I don't know how you would get that from that. Is that, if I missed it in the bylaw, is that in the bylaw what usually wood, the definition of usually wood is? And if not, the other reason why I leaned on voting for it at the meeting was a heritage building. Is there a difference between the front or the back? As far as I'm concerned, a heritage building is a heritage building. The Heritage Committee themselves give an exemption for the back windows to be aluminum clad, but not the front windows. So where was the difference? Does anybody know that could maybe explain to me what the difference is between the front of the building and the back of the building if it's a heritage building? So,
thank you. Yeah, Director Valentine has come on. I think she's going to answer this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the councillor, I can provide some insights. Certainly, usually wood is not defined. It remains in the district plan to provide flexibility. We saw through the emails, sometimes that can be other heritage type materials. Sometimes we've seen in the past windows be completely replaced with vinyl or aluminum in certain circumstances. So it has been used and interpreted in different ways depending on the site-specific circumstances. So staff and the Heritage Committee, when they're looking at these types of applications, are balancing consistency with the specifics of the site. And in this case, staff and the Heritage Committee landed on two different recommendations, but you have those both before you for your consideration. In terms of the difference, as I understand it, is the most prominent of the facades towards the main streetscape would be of highest concern to preserve the heritage value and aesthetics of the building. And there is some more leniency typically provided for sides of the building that are not directly visible necessarily to the prominent streetscape. That being said, you have heard Community Planner Teakle's opinion, as well as that of the architect that presented to the D&O committee, that the windows from a functional perspective, because it's not just about aesthetics, are primarily wood and provide the same level of functionality that would be typically advantageous for a heritage building.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Wren.
Just to follow on that, then, and again, I haven't read every bylaw, and we have, but is it explained in the heritage bylaw that that you can make an exception just by who determines what's the most prominent side of a building, or is it the building that's a heritage building? That's where I'm having a hard time. Were they going against the bylaw by making an exception for the back windows, or is there a good enough explanation in the bylaw that says that wouldn't be making an exception to the bylaw?
Yes, go ahead.
That's the Director Valentine, sorry.
Thank you, and through the chair. So just to be clear, that we're talking about the Downtown Heritage Conservation District Plan. This is the document that we're referring to. And the document, as indicated earlier, I think in her pre-commentary through Councillor Doherty, that the design guidelines within the plan provide an enforceable benchmark against which applications are judged. But they're not intended to restrict new ideas that are compatible with the original built heritage character of the town. So within the guidelines themselves, I think that they are acknowledging that there are site-specific circumstances that can be weighed depending on the particulars of the circumstance, and also with that additional flexibility that indicates usually wood has been interpreted to be able to provide for different circumstances and different facades. So in my estimation, there hasn't been a contravention of the district plan, but you know, these aren't cut and dry circumstances, and you know, I would be very hesitant to remove the flexibility at this point in time, but do understand that council has directed us through a wider review of the heritage programs and documents to look at this matter more closely and see if we can adjust the wording or recommend some adjustments to the district plan as necessary.
And just be real quick follow-up then.
Yeah.
And I agree wholeheartedly with everything you've said, Director Valentine. I just lost my train of thought. The provisions in there, the flexibility, the bylaw that you explained, and the wording of that, that's all we did. Some of the emails I got, we were accused of not following the bylaw, but I think we have the power to be a little flexible as well, would we not? Because that's, but I got a lot of emails that basically said we don't even follow our own bylaw. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. Do you have any further comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is a challenging situation for council. You've got a staff recommendation that we believe that what has been recommended is consistent with the district plan, and we have the Heritage Committee who has taken a different position. The district plan does provide a certain amount of flexibility for these types of decisions, and it would be within the purview of council to review the opinions that have been provided and also those of the deputations before the Development and Operations Committee, and make a judgment in terms of what you feel is the appropriate path forward for this particular circumstance.
Okay, thank you. And yes, Councillor Jeffery.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So sometimes reading this stuff, I feel I'm back in college at a managerial statistics course where you can change the numbers to get any result you want. And that's the way I kind of feel, you know, we're using the words of the Heritage plan. And one of the comments that I saw in those emails we received was someone assessing that we're moving to Heritage Light. And I can't disagree. I see us, and whether it's good or whether it's bad, I think that we need to get the Heritage Committee and staff on the same page as to what heritage is. And I think maybe there's more purists, but I'm like Councillor Baines. I'm not, if these were back-facing windows, it wouldn't be an issue at all. It would be, you know, go ahead and do it. And it wouldn't have been a problem with heritage either, but I do think it's the front-facing windows. So my vote is still a no vote. I think the aluminum clad are more expensive. So even to go to wood and satisfy the heritage requirements, or as I read them and understand them, they can do the wood. The only thing is they may require a bit of different maintenance going forward. But you know, my 20 plus years or whatever around this heritage, I really think we don't want to start going down this road without a holistic conversation and understanding with the Heritage Committee, because I don't think it's fair to ask them to endorse the rules as they are and then have staff come to council and ask us to contradict what the Heritage Committee understands. So my vote's still a no vote in terms of the staff recommendation and supporting the Heritage Committee and their recommendation. Thank you.
Anyone else like to comment on this? No. I'll just say I find this extremely difficult because I'm very mindful of the correspondence and the position of the Heritage Committee. I voted the way I did because what I heard was that this is wood, that it functions like wood, and it looks like wood. So I guess what we don't really know. I guess that's the point. We don't really know. And should we take a chance on this building? Well, tell the truth, I'm prepared to take a chance on this building. Let's have a look. Let's see if it looks the same as wood. It's only 2 windows. And so I'll continue to support the staff recommendation. Deputy Mayor Fire.
Sorry about that. I thought Director Valentine was going to come in or would have come in before you were making your final comments. And I'm going to continue to support the Heritage Committee's proposal. I'm a little concerned about the fact that we are taking the $100,000 out of the budget for this year to do a review. So I'm going to stand by the committee going forward in regards to their decisions about what to do with those windows. So I'm just putting that forward.
And also, I'll just mention that $100,000 for the Heritage Review could be put back in. We're not finished, as you know, our budget discussions yet. Just wanted to add that. And I think I saw someone, oh, Councillor Baines, did you want to speak again? No. Anyone else? Okay, so I have already read this in. We have a mover and a seconder. So what we're voting on is supporting the staff recommendation. So all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. That passes. And thank you for that discussion. That's a difficult one. Okay, 10.43. This is the staff report on traffic calming policy update. Also was not unanimous, and the staff report has been updated. What's before us is as follows. 2 points. The council adopt the proposed policy change associated with step 2 of town screening criteria, and that is the reduction of the time until a road segment can be rescreened from 5 years to 3 years. And secondly, the council adopt the proposed policy changes associated with step 2 of town screening, speed criteria selection, and that is reduction of posted speed limit exceedance from 10 kilometers an hour over the limit to a minimum of 5 kilometers per hour, or 10% over the limit, whichever is greater, and revisions to table 2 is required to enable traffic calming to be triggered at lower speed exceedances. Okay, CIO, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had one comment, and it's actually about the last agenda item. Just a quick statement, if I could. I'm sorry I didn't get my card up quickly enough.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I thought it was important. I did want to bring to your attention that staff actually didn't ask that council revisit the Windows decision. Staff had made a recommendation to our much valued Heritage Committee. We know that they're volunteers and they spend a lot of time trying to make Collingwood better. And it actually was a delegation from the owner and the architect who had come to council and asked for this reconsideration. And now council's made a clear public decision, which is great. But I did want to clear up just the piece around, how we got to where we are with respect to looking at those windows a couple of times and making sure council was really comfortable with that decision. And how much we do value that committee and the dialogue that we have around consistency in our wonderful historic downtown district. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for adding that. Those are, very worthwhile comments to remind everyone. So on the traffic update, the update of the traffic calming policy update that I just read in, I need a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor. Councillor Jeffery, Councillor Potts, would there be any comments on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. No, that's okay. We have one opposed and that passes. Thank you. Moving on to staff reports. There's one before us tonight. It's on the Ontario Housing Supply Action Plan 2022-2023. I'm going to turn this over to Director Valentine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we do have Senior Planner Wukash here with us today, and he will take us through the high-level messaging around his report. I just wanted to note, especially those who've been around the council table for the last cycle, that Community Planner Wukash is now Senior Planner Wukash, and he has he was a successful recruit in our recent competition for the Senior Planner position, and we're so pleased that he's willing to continue on and bring his valued skills to the town of Collingwood. Before he takes the floor, Madam Chair, I just wanted to take a quick opportunity to clarify that, we are all hearing about the many actions that the province is undertaking to make a significant boost in the supply of housing across the province to address the affordability crisis. And while some of the first key legislative components have come into force and effect, being Bill 109 and Bill 23 that we hear so frequently about, we still have the opportunity as a municipality to comment on the companion changes to policy at the provincial level. Senior Planner Wukash will take us through those momentarily, but I did feel compelled to mention that if there is a significant change at the provincial level to that framework that guides land use planning and sustainability and environmental protection across the province, that will have an impact on the town's official plan update. We do have to be consistent with provincial policies, including the provincial policy statement and the growth plan. So pending the outcome of this consultation, it could also affect the timing of the delivery of the official plan. Thank you for those, the opportunity to provide those introductory comments. And with your concurrence, I do see that Senior Planner Wukash has his camera on.
Okay, thank you for that, Senior Planner Wukash, and congratulations for your promotion, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin, and good evening, Council, and thank you for the kind introduction, Director Valentine. I'll be giving a verbal presentation today on Staff Report P2022-40 for the Provincial Policy Consultations related to Ontario Housing Supply Action Plan 2022 and 23. The purpose of this report is to advise Council of 2 consultation opportunities intended to implement the province's Housing Supply Action Plan. The government has been steadily changing various provincial legislation with the goal of increasing housing supply and intending to reach the goal of 1.5 million new homes over the next 10 years. The province has requested feedback on these policy initiatives, which are open for comment until December 30th of this year, noting that they are intended to complement the recent legislative amendments through Bill 109 and Bill 23. So the first one before us is a review of the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, aka the growth plan, and the provincial policy statement from a housing lens, and with a view to merging these documents and expanding the applicability of them province-wide. The second is called Conserving Ontario's Natural Heritage, an ecological offsetting policy discussion paper, which considers developing a province-wide policy seeking to offset development pressures on environmental features. The comments in the report are quite detailed, and we're open to taking feedback and questions on the material within at the end of the presentation. However, the key messages for both consultations is that while it's understood that these proposals represent a collective effort to increase housing supply to address a crisis situation, the approach should not come at the expense of planning for complete, sustainable, livable, climate change resilient communities and preservation of the natural environment and agricultural and rural land base. Addressing housing affordability is more complicated than a supply and demand equation. So the highlights I'll give a few highlights of each of the different policy consultations. The first being the combined growth plan and PPS. As I mentioned earlier, increased supply does not necessarily mean more affordability. And provincial policies should prioritize housing affordability over housing supply and support legislative tools that implement that priority. And another highlight of our comments is that a combined document should maintain the growth management direction in the growth plan, where municipalities work to meet population and employment forecasts, and intensification in settlement areas is the preferred method of housing delivery to support sustainable, complete, and climate resilient communities. So the high points of the second consultation on the proposed ecological offsetting policy are that equal efforts should be made between the housing crisis and balance with the climate and environmental sustainability crisis. Equal efforts between those should be made to address the need for sustainability and climate change resiliency through natural heritage system protection and mitigation of natural hazards. So any offsetting policy that is province-wide should not be used to further encroach into important ecological assets in the name of increasing housing supply. And the provincial approach should maintain the integrity of locally developed and existing offsetting policies that achieve positive results and utilize a four-step approach, which is sort of industry standard, which is 1, to avoid, 2, to minimize, 3, to mitigate, and finally 4, to compensate, with compensation only occurring if the first 3 options are clearly demonstrated to be unfeasible and where compensation is shown to include a net gain. So the offsetting is occurring in specific municipalities across Ontario. The NVCA has a policy, for example, so does the Lake Simcoe and Region Conservation Authority. So direct consultation with those municipalities and conservation authorities that are already doing this, I think would be useful for the province to consult. So those are the sort of key highlights of the report. We did receive some feedback from council prior to the meeting, and staff want to take the opportunity to supplement the report content with additional commentary based on our professional land use planning opinion. The first comment is related to the province, short-term accommodations. And sorry, just give me one moment here. So the comment noted that council has yet to provide direction on the matter of short-term rentals in the community, and the town is yet to decide on a favorable management approach. So there are many pros and cons for consideration on how short-term rentals affect long-term housing supply. And staff suggestion is that the province provide municipalities with guidance for regulating short-term accommodations in a way that balances both the positive economic benefits to homeowners with the negative impacts to the rental housing supply. So while there are negative impacts associated with short-term rentals, through research and consultation, staff also understand that some homeowners use short-term rentals as a way to supplement their income, to be able to afford their mortgage and taxes and to stay in their home. So there is a balance needed, and it would be useful to have provincial guidance on that. The second comment related to employment lands and retaining the ability to decide what type of and where future non-residential growth should be located. And staff's opinion is that employment forecasting and land needs policies should account for local context and diversity in employment types. Employment lands planning policies should provide municipalities with autonomy and recognize that some communities do have a competitive advantage by being located closer to major transportation routes, economic centers, labor force, and higher order transit. The intent of staff's comments was to recommend that municipalities have the flexibility to determine the type of employment that complement their location, their vision, and individual land use planning context. So the third comment was related to the province utilizing a regional market area to determine urban land needs. Staff's comments contain the request for clarification and guidance for the application of regional market area as it applies to defining housing affordability and forecasting residential and employment land needs. Addressing housing on a regional level has been acknowledged as a prudent path, recognizing that many communities are connected by transit, sharing of services, and through other social and economic ties. And similarly, looking at employment lands on a regional basis recognizes that commuting patterns and availability of the most suitable land to accommodate various employment sectors. So following any additional comment that committee and council may have, town staff would provide this report to the province through the Environmental Registry of Ontario as formal town feedback on these consultations. So that concludes my presentation, and Director Valentine and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have around the report.
Okay, thank you very much, Senior Planner Lukash. Would anyone like to ask questions? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I suppose my only comment, and I certainly agree with most of what you've said, is around the response to the word offsetting. I have a real problem with that concept, and I think once you accept it in any minor form, at least as proposed by this government, you're opening the door to a whole variety of potential effects that you may not have considered. Case in point, and this is particularly, I would think, around the Silver Creek wetland. I know that George Powell, an engineer, once was commissioned professionally to try and come up with a man-made wetland, and paid for actually by, I think, by the Ontario government, and it was a complete disaster. It's not nice to fool Mother Nature, sort of thing. It didn't work, and I don't think that if any consideration were given, such as that as an offset, that it's practical, at least based on that experience and others, to even invite or allow any sort of offsetting. So I suppose that's my point to that. I mean, it's such a short time frame for you to make a reasonable response, I would think, under the circumstances, and how the rest of council can wade in by the 29th of December, I don't know. But that's just my comment specifically about the term offsetting. I would hope that we just don't go down that road. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Doherty?
Thank you. I just to say that this is an excellent report, and I think that it has covered all of the issues and given fulsome responses to the province's questions, and one can only hope that they are heeded. I'm quite certain that the responses that we will receive from other municipalities and from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario will be very similarly themed. And Mayor, if I could just add an amendment that I hope would be a friendly amendment, and that is to ask that this report be copied to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
Okay, thank you. What I should be doing is reading in the motion. So I'm going to read in the motion and then we'll continue our discussion. And it's that staff report P 2022-40, Ontario's Housing Supply Action Plan 2022-2023 policy consultation, and this is for the Environmental Registry, dated December 12, 2022, be received. And further, the staff report 2022-40 be forwarded to the province's Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry through the Environmental Registry of Ontario as the town of Collingwood's formal comments on the two policy consultations outlined in this report. And this is Environmental Registry of Ontario Proposal 019-6177 and 019-6161. So could I have a mover and a seconder for this motion, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Ring. And so perhaps now would be opportune time for you to make your amendment. And then we can add it into the hopper here.
Yes, thank you. Further that this staff report 2022-40 be circulated to the copied to, or distributed to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
Okay, and is there a seconder for that? Councillor Jeffery? Yeah, okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and not just speaking to the amendment, but on page 6, under additional comments, the first bullet, it refers to upper tier and lower tier work in regards to extensive work in official plans and municipal comprehensive reviews. I just wondered if either Director Valentine or Senior Planner Wakashis could are there concerns, because of course in the official plan case we haven't passed ours yet, are there concerns that some of that might just get all thrown out or overcome by what the province is going to do?
Who would like to answer that? Yes, go ahead, Director Valentine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can start, and certainly Senior Planner Wukash can add. So as I mentioned at the beginning, these policy changes come amongst a number of wide sweeping changes at the provincial level, including legislative amendments. One of the legislative amendments as part of Bill 23 is that the County of Simcoe would no longer have a role in land use planning. The County of Simcoe has been the level of government that has been taking the lead on growth management, including a municipal comprehensive review, which the town of Collingwood and all of the other participating lower tier municipalities within the county spent great time and effort working with our counterparts at the upper tier to move through at least 2 years of a municipal comprehensive review that is in line with the existing framework at the provincial level. So the bullet point that you see there is suggesting that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, that there has been a lot of work, good work done at both levels on growth management. That does show up first in the county's official plan and then is incorporated into the town's official plan. And as you know, we're going through our review right now, and the growth management policies that were adopted by County Council will be included in the second draft of the official plan. So we are hoping that we can maintain some of that good work, and that is the intent of this comment, to ensure that the province adequately recognizes the effort that has been put in over a number of years to address growth management, intensification, and appropriate orderly development within our communities.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, I'll bring it to a vote. All those in vote for the amendment first, and this was to have the staff report be distributed to AMO. All those in favor? And that's unanimous, thank you. And then the main motion, all those in favor with the amendment, and that's unanimous, thank you. So before we move on to motions, we'll just adjourn for a 10-minute break, and I'll see you back here. Thank you.
Oh my, get down. Hey.
Okay, I think we're ready whenever council's ready.
Okay, everyone here? Yeah, okay. The next item on the agenda is motions, and we have quite a number before us tonight. The first one, 12.1, is a contract with the OPP for the provision of police services. This has been a motion added by our CAO, and so before I read it in and we deal with it, I'll just ask to explain why this is on here.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's just a brief story that a few folks who've been on things like the Police Services Board, Councillor Jeffery is the chair, and previously our mayor was, our previous mayors were also on this board and will be again. So the local council is required to provide policing in Collingwood. And in lieu of having a Collingwood police force, as we did in the past, the town has entered into a contract with the OPP, so they're now acting as the Collingwood police. The charges for our contract are based on a provincial formula where places having OPP officers act as our local police officers, and we pay a percentage of the total costs through our land taxes. And the formula is related to the number of households and the calls in Collingwood as a proportion of the total of all the municipalities serviced. We also provide and improve the police station. And under our contract, there's one enhancement for an officer who has a presence in the schools and with youth that has been very well received and renewed several times in the past. The policing contract is between council and the Solicitor General, and the Police Services Board provides oversight to the police, including the local priorities that the police will use in assigning the town's policing resources. The Solicitor General is in the process of updating the applicable Policing Act and its regulations. And last year we did, council did, a similar 1-year extension of the contract, thinking that that process would be complete. And we understand that when it is complete, instead of having contracts, there'll just be smaller contracts for the enhancements, and the rest will be covered through the regulations. Meanwhile, we do need to have policing in 2023, and the Police Services Board has unanimously supported this proposed extension. And there's no proposed changes to the policing contract. I do not believe we have another viable option for policing to be put in place by the beginning of 2023, and suggest that council, like the Police Services Board, also support this routine extension today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. So I'll read in that bylaw number 2022-094, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of an amending agreement for the provision of police services with His Majesty the King in Right of Ontario, as represented by the Solicitor General, Ontario, and the Corporation of the Town of Collingwood, be enacted and passed this 19th day of December 2022. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Jeffery, Councillor Potts, any comments or questions? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The second motion is one I provided at the SIC committee meeting held December 5th. Reads as follows: that staff include in the review of this procedural bylaw amendments. Include in the review of the procedural bylaw amendments needed to reflect revisions to the meeting calendar to avoid major school holidays by this meeting, Christmas break and March break. So I've moved that. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Ring, thank you. I'll speak to this and then I'll turn it over. The reasoning behind my bringing of this is, yes, Councillor Jeffery.
Procedurally, Mayor Hamlin, I think you need to pass the gavel to be able to move the motion and then speak to it.
Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you for mentioning that. So, Deputy Mayor Fryer, would you take this over? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And you've already read in the motion that's being put to the table. And I'd ask if you want to speak to it first or last.
I would like to speak first, please.
Okay, go right ahead.
So I brought this motion forward because it's certainly been a goal of mine and many others in the community that as we move forward as a community, we encourage younger individuals and especially those with family. And the intent of this motion was to take steps towards showing that we
excuse me, Mayor Hamlin. Sorry.
So that if parents have.
Excuse me.
What's happening?
Okay, I'm having audio trouble hearing Mayor Hamlin. It appears like mine's solid and everybody's hearing me okay. Mayor Hamlin,
Everything
you might have.
is frozen on my.
You're.
Can anyone hear me? Clerk Amos?
No. We could hear you. We can't see you now. Perhaps she's going to try to go out and come back in.
Would it help if we turned off our videos?
We should, sorry, through the deputy mayor, we should keep our videos on. We'll see if Mayor Hamlin can rejoin, but I'm wondering if we should maybe go around the table until she gets a better connection. She might have to drop off and then re-enter the meeting.
Okay, I think she must have dropped off there because my screen's changed. So we could just give it a second just to see if she comes back up. Okay. And if not, it looks like she's attempting to come back in right now. Are you clear there now, Mayor Hamlin?
Here I am. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I think that's cleared up now. So I think you'd have to start all over again, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It's certainly been a goal of mine, and I know many of the community that as we move forward, we continue to make our council meetings as friendly as possible towards younger members of our community who have children. And it seems to me an important first step is not holding council meetings during Christmas break and March break when children are out of school. And it's usually, in my experience at least, was all parents, hands on deck for these breaks. It wouldn't be a matter of us not dealing with business, but rather having the items we might have otherwise dealt with during a week that's all Christmas or March break, just adding it, in my view, onto preceding or following council meetings. So I'm encouraging, council to look favorably on including amendments to our schedule to reflect this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I will look to the rest of the committee or council members if there's anybody who would like to speak. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have no concern with this motion, and in fact, I'm very supportive. Whatever we can do as municipality and as municipalities in general to encourage young women and young families and members of young families to throw their hat into the political ring and take an active role in determining the future of their own communities. I am fully in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other of the council members would like to speak? So we will ask for a vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. And I will turn the chair back to Mayor Hamlin.
In fact, Deputy Mayor, the next item is mine as well. So if
you it is. Mind, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. This is a notice that was provided by Mayor Hamlin at the Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting of December the 5th, 2022. Whereas council deems it expedient to have regular discussions with the business community, be it resolved that council herein request a staff report be prepared regarding the potential establishment and terms of reference for an economic development task force or other similar recommended body that would support the ongoing communication with the business community and allow for the exchange of ideas and recommendations for townwide economic development direction and goals. And I will turn to you, Mayor Hamlin, and ask if you would like to speak.
There's one more sentence for you to read.
Oh, I'm sorry. And that staff report back by not later than March 2023.
Thank you.
And would you like to speak first or last?
Yes, I'll speak first. I have long hoped that our town would embrace an economic development direction and goals to see where our future lies in terms of business development. If it's different from, not that we're without direction, but I really think it's time for us to update and engage our business community as we think about how we want our future to unfold on our non-residential community. So I thought we would start with a development task force that we would invite members of the business community to participate. And of course, looking to staff first, however, to do a report setting out how this kind of task force could be established and some terms of reference for it. So that's the purpose of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just look to the council members to see if anybody would like to speak to this. Okay, Councillor Jeffery, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have a seconder yet, but I'm willing to second it.
Sorry, thank you very much for seconding that.
And also, I would just like to say I'm fully supportive when I look at the success of the economic recovery and support task force during COVID, and what a great game changer they were in terms of the ability of our town to react to the situation on an ongoing basis. I think this is a very good suggestion moving forward to continue building on those, the foundation of those contributions.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. I think Councillor Jeffery said it very well. Our business community are among our largest taxpayers and the most faceless, I think, in many cases in our community. And consultation with them has no end of positive benefits. And I know that there was such a committee actually in the 90s. And it was also extremely successful and kept an open dialogue with leaders in the business community, and went a very long way towards some very strong economic development initiatives at that time.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would just say that in considering all of the many talented individuals who applied for so many of our committees, I was overwhelmed, quite frankly, at the breadth of their experience. And I think this is an excellent suggestion, and I think there are many in the community, based on what we've seen in regard to our own town committees, that will hopefully step up and really help us in this regard. So I think this is a positive and needed move. So congratulations, Mayor Hamlin, on this motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? I'll just end off then before we vote. I'm in full support of this. As Councillor Jeffery said, previous council having to deal with the pandemic and getting through that, and having their regular discussions with the business community would have been a very, very difficult undertaking. I think we've got the opportunity now, post-COVID, to move forward in that. I'm hoping that even things like your mayor's early morning meeting with the industries that was done in the past is something that can be done again sometime in the near future. So I'm in definite support. So if anyone else would like to speak, not seeing so, or Councillor Ring.
Yeah, just quickly, and I know, and I'm sure I know the answer, through you, Deputy Mayor Fryer, to Mayor Hammond. The intent of this, sending it back to staff to come back with a recommendation. Would that committee be solely public citizens, or would there be any council representation?
Well, I guess we'll see what staff comes back with. They'll have some suggestions that we'll debate here and consider, whether we agree or want to make changes to it. I would say one thing on my mind for sure is, in addition to the business community, is including some from the education side, perhaps someone from Georgian College. But I'm open for suggestions, and perhaps if you have some, pass them on to staff before March 23rd or March 2023, I should say.
Just a quick follow-up. I guess there is people in town that read our the town website, because I've already had somebody contact me and say throw their name in if we have an economic development committee.
Okay, that's good.
Yes. So I expect we'll see a very robust report from staff on this, because it's been a while since we've been able to start to look to these things. So anyone else would like to speak? Not being anyone, I will call that to vote then. All in favor? And that is unanimous. And I will turn it back now. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. The next item is 12.4. It's notice provided by Councillor Jeffery at the Development and Operation Services Standing Committee meeting of December 12, 2022. And it was to allocate one SDU to the Montessori School Daycare at 58 George Street. And the bylaw is that bylaw number 2022-095, being a bylaw to amend interim control bylaw number 2021-024 to add 58 George Street to the list of exemptions provided in Schedule A, be enacted and passed this 19th day of December 2022. Would there be, you're moving that? Councillor Jeffery, we know that. Would there be a seconder? Councillor Doherty. Councillor Jeffery, would you like to speak at the beginning or the end?
I'll just speak at the beginning, because I think it was pretty straightforward at the meeting in terms of our comments regarding the great need for daycare for young children to assist parents. And I think that's something all of us have been consistent on in our initiatives, even just this evening, to support parents in these spots. And we know that the provider already has a wait list in terms of children to go. And I just think this is really important for us to pass tonight. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to comment? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and I'm in support of it, but I should have asked this when we did have it at committee, because and we, as Councillor Jeffery just mentioned, we know there's a dire need for the there's an extensive licensing requirement and that type of thing that has to be met. Is there a maximum amount that can be within the community, or is it just so difficult because of the licensing requirements? And I guess I'm asking that through you, Mayor Hamlin, to the CAO, I guess would be a starting point.
CAO, would you have the answer to this?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. I actually did work at the Ministry of Education at the time the Day Nurseries Act was enacted, and there was quite a lot of documentation that we were working through on the licensing of local daycares. I'm afraid that however, several years out from that, I have not to my knowledge, although I've watched it from afar, seen a maximum number of licenses in any given community. There was an allocation of eligibility for the $10 a day daycare spots that were noted by the federal government some time ago. But I haven't come across anything that's a maximum number that would affect our community. That said, I'm not well informed. If you really need us to go find that answer, we could ask the appropriate departments, but I think it's more of not having enough staff and enough providers as opposed to there being a cap. Thank you.
No, I don't require anything further, Mayor Hamlin. That's great.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment on this? Well, I'll just say I'm so thrilled when they came forward to suggest they were going to open a daycare and they needed a little water allocation. I think we're really fortunate to have these many spots open up in our community. Okay, I'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next one is notice provided by Councillor Perry at the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee meeting of December 12, 2022. The council authorized the temporary extension for the accessible on-demand transportation services until the first week in January at an estimated cost of $4,750. Could I have a seconder for that motion, please? Councillor Baines, thank you. Councillor Perry, would you like to speak first or last on this?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. To me, it's a no-brainer. We've got to try and provide accessible transport for people, and just moving into the transition, that would help cover at least a very important time of year for people to be able to get to loved ones, friends, family, whatever it may be. So at a cost of $4,750, I don't think that's a huge amount to help out the community.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Did I ask for a seconder already? Council Clerk Almost? Yes, thank you. Okay. Anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Doherty?
Thank you. I'll just add to Councillor Perry's comments that, not only is this a very important and busy time of year, we are in a transition, and there will be some learning for everyone along the way, but also it is immediately a question of equivalency, and this will certainly assure that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The last one was notice provided by Councillor Potts at the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee meeting of December 12, 2022, that staff investigate and provide a report on funding, sponsorship, and advertising opportunities on buses and transit shelters to help offset the additional costs of transit. Could I have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Ring, thank you. Councillor Potts, do you want to talk first or last?
I'll comment first. Thanks, Mary Hamlin. I think the purpose of this motion for myself to put forward is just simply with a combination of the business community showing interest in doing advertising, but also I think, as we just with the previous motion with our accessible taxi and whatnot, if there's any way that we can try to offset costs to help alleviate that pressure through the future years, I think would be a big benefit. And I think we would have a lot of interest from the business community if they knew that that's where the funding was potentially supporting. So that's why I put that motion forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Ring.
Yeah, obviously I'm going to support it, but I just have a question that come up during our discussions, and I don't know whether it got explained, and it was through you to Councillor Doherty. I think Councillor Doherty, you had mentioned this was brought up in 2017, but or or 2010, 2017, I think a couple of times, and it had been turned down because it wasn't financially feasible. What did you mean by that? I guess the county, the council of the day, that was the rest.
Yeah, the council of the day. And you know what, honestly, I don't even recall how many terms ago it was. Certainly times have changed like everything else. But at the time, based on the cost of implementation versus the revenue that we would get, it wasn't feasible. And the reason why the revenue was in question was because, as compared to, say, City of Toronto or even the City of Barrie, who also have a very successful transit advertising program, we didn't have the numbers. We weren't able to provide the impressions to make it attractive to potential advertisers. But you know what? That was then, and this is now. So let's have another look at it. Thanks, Councillor Potts, for bringing it forward.
And if I may just have a quick follow-up.
Yes.
Through you to, I'm assuming CAO Skinner, is there anything in the town sign bylaws that we might have to amend?
Go ahead, CAO.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor Ring. Yes, I think that part of this review will include looking at the town sign bylaws, and the considerations for council would have to take those into account. And there may be some variations required if this ended up being, a viable option for council to consider.
Thank you.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just following up on Councillor Doherty's well-reasoned point. I was a space sales rep as well, and indeed sold grocery cart advertising. And it is all about the numbers. And I would encourage staff in their review of this to perhaps have private conversations with Wasaga Beach. I'm not sure whether it would be worthwhile for a town of the Blue Mountains, but this speaks to the volume and the number of impressions. And if you can grow your area, and it would be no doubt the similar market for businesses in either Wasaga Beach or Collingwood. So I would encourage taking a look at a broader area, if you will, in order to get the numbers to make it economically viable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? I'll bring it to a vote then. All those in favor? And that's passed unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda are bylaws, and the first one is that bylaw number 2022-096, being a bylaw to appoint an alternate member to the County of Simcoe Council, be enacted and passed this 19th day of December 2022. And this is to appoint Councillor Jeffery, who indicated she's prepared to accept this position as well. So I need a mover and a seconder for this bylaw. Councillor Ring, Councillor Potts. Any discussion or questions? I'll bring it to a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And then there's a notice of motion that's from myself, and I'll just read it in. I don't think Keller Thomas, do I need to pass this over to read this in? No, thank you. This has to do with when the agenda is published before the council and committee meetings. So it reads as follows, and I'll just mention this to be dealt with in January. That staff prepare the necessary bylaw for consideration at the next meeting of council to amend the procedural bylaw to provide that all standing committee and council agendas, including in-camera agendas, be published 6 days prior to the intended meeting date. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a county report, and there is some information on the County of Simcoe portal and some highlights from a meeting in October. Deputy Mayor Fryer on the County Council, are there any matters that you'd like to draw the council and the community's attention this evening?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I think I'd start off with talking about our inauguration on the December the 13th last week. But before I get into that, I was just I remembered and referring back to your earlier letter that you read that you sent to the minister in regards to Sunset Manor. On the 13th, before we went down for inauguration, we were invited over to Sunset Manor for breakfast with the employees, and I just wanted to mention, as you referred to earlier, Simcoe County is the owner of the manor, but the employees that work there are residents here, and certainly providing a major service for us. So I just wanted to mention that because I didn't bring it up in our community announcements, that it was very nice to be able to go over and show some appreciation to them, because they're doing a very, very good job for a very, very essential service. So on the 13th, at the inauguration, Ramiro Township Mayor Basil Clark was elected as warden, and Springwater Mayor Jennifer Coughlin was elected as deputy mayor. So we welcome them to their new roles on our behalf. I was also going to mention that the holiday schedule in regards to very important thing, waste collection, does not change. As Mayor Hamlin mentioned, there are more details about holiday schedules on their website, but for waste collection, since the holidays don't fall on weekends, everything will be as normal. And I thought I'd take an opportunity just to mention that there was a survey done, and in regards to waste collection, and because it's 1 year now since we've gone to the larger new auto carts, and 88% of those 5,650 that responded were satisfied or very satisfied with the change. 82% are also very satisfied with the waste facilities. The additional benefit that's come from it is there's much more collection consistency. Before, there was labor concerns and shortages and caused difficulties. With the new auto carts, they're finding that those have been relieved. And I just remind them that the Busby Center is providing shelter services in these cold months. And either you can contact them if there's a need, or you could turn to the service 211 for help in getting direction in that regard. And those are the items that I wanted to bring up from the county.
Okay, thank you for that report. The next item on our agenda is the consent matters, and this relates to correspondence that the council receives. There is a general correspondence list on the town website, which includes items considered bulk communications, not necessarily specific to the town of Collingwood. But before us tonight, we have two things on listed, and I'll just read. The council herein received the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. And there's two matters. The first is interim audit, and this is the 2022 financial statements. And the second thing is Minister Zoning Order MZO for 17200 Poplar Side Road. Is there anyone who would like, so I guess what I need to ask for is a mover and a seconder. Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Baines, thank you, to receive these matters. And before we bring it to a vote, is there anyone who would like to comment on any of these things? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous, thank you. Council business, Any old or deferred business that any member of council would like to bring forward? Seeing none, under other business, we have one item. This will be from our CAO, Skinner, and it has to do with the Poplar Regional Health Wellness Village MZO process update.
Thank you, Your Worship. So not only do we want to keep council and the public informed, there's also a resolution that was passed by council that we would update you at least once a month or more often if things were happening. So for this month, here's your update. The MZO ministerial zoning order, it's called, was approved by the minister in mid-November and is now already, as we speak, in full force and effect. Two key changes were made by the minister to the MZO that was submitted locally to Queen's Park. One was the removal of the requirement for and definition of affordable and attainable housing, which we believe to have been referred to the agreement portion as opposed to the zoning order portion. And it also changed the height requirement, the height permissible for each of the buildings. They are now up to 12 stories in height. The town is continuing to negotiate a companion agreement that will help us to work with the proponent on future planning processes to ensure that the vision is delivered or adjustments to that vision are delivered that are supported by both town council and the proponent, and to make sure that we're all comfortable in securing the community benefits and have a common understanding of what those are. We have been, from a staff perspective, pardon me, working with our adjusted team. As you know, council has continued to have the mayor and deputy mayor be a part of these very important discussions. However, we do have a new mayor and a new deputy mayor, so we've walked through the clauses in some detail with them and are preparing with our consultants and legal team to bring the agreement forward in a final form. And we've started to provide some of the items for discussion to the DEPUTATIONS group and the Live, Work, Learn, Play group to start igniting everyone's creative thinking on how to get to the end goals. The next set of meetings internally and with the proponent are planned early in the new year. We had been trying to get them in before the holidays, but getting everyone together from our various cities in person proved a little more challenging than we thought it would be. And when we get our looking forward team Collingwood together, we're hoping that we can figure out how to grow a very positive Poplar Health and Wellness Village here in the coming years. The intent, the requirement is that the agreement will come back to council in camera prior to it being executed. Thank you. That's the full update.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of CEO Skinner? Yes, Councillor Jeffery.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So through to the CEO, and thank you for that update. I'm looking forward to expedient negotiations, as we all need to be in a really good place, particularly as our hospital looks toward some decision on stage 2 in early next year. I did send staff some questions ahead of time, just in terms of education on some facts. The one question that I didn't send that I'd like to clarify, a rather large media tried to interview me at the inauguration and wanted to speak to me about the suggestion that the former council had contravened its some of its code of conduct or procedural ability, and I declined to comment because I didn't think it was appropriate, first of all. But I'd like to clarify for the public through a question to the CAO is that the former council at no time did they receive legal advice that suggested that they didn't have the jurisdiction or authority to make the decision that they made.
Through the chair, to Councillor Jeffery. Yes, we did check with our legal team around the decisions that council could make toward the end of the mandate, because under the provisions in the Municipal Act, often colloquially called lame duck, there are certain largely financial decisions that can't be made after the close of nominations. Our legal advice, which we provided to council, was that the decisions to recommend or not recommend that the minister sign a ministerial zoning order would lay in the hands of council up until the date the new council took effect. Just from an authority perspective, our clerk is well versed on this. I'm happy to hear further from her, but I just wanted to be. I think that's a clear statement of the recommendation information that was provided to council about their decision-making authority. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Clerk Almas.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to confirm that was the legal advice that was provided all along regarding lame duck, that this was one of the items that wasn't responsible or held to that lame duck status. That was later confirmed by our solicitor as well.
So thank you very much for that clarification, because I think it's really important. The other questions were really just about the total number of hours to date. And I know it's difficult to assess exactly how many, but because staff had the question ahead of time, I know they did their best to guess. So how much have we invested in supporting council through reports, staff meetings with all parties regarding the MZO file? And that's through to the CAO with appreciation.
Through the chair. So we don't track hours by project, typically, unless there's a proactive reason to do so. Between the manager and the director, the manager in planning, the manager in economic development, we did devote hundreds of hours to assessing this project and providing recommendations to council. And we did have quite a bit of sort of weekend and evening work to try and stay on top of this project, as well as a few others. The fee update that you've endorsed this evening does include some new fees for work of this type, so we would scope it in advance, and that'll be subject to consulting assignment that council may approve. We hope you will continue to approve in the budget for going forward on the fees and the fee review for development and engineering. Because there are substantial resources in assessing something of this type. Sometimes they're good for the community, and sometimes maybe they won't be good for the community. But in any case, we like to make sure that council has the best advice we can provide you before you need to make a decision.
Thank you. And through Mayor Hamlin, also then, given that a huge investment of time, it was also necessary to delay or postpone some of our major projects. And I was just wondering if we could be clear specifically as to what some of those might have been as an example.
Through the chair. There was a formal resolution by council near the beginning, just toward this latter half of the first half of 2022, to defer the official plan work such that council could receive its original assessment on whether to move forward with considering a ministerial zoning order. As the year wore on, there were pressures in the housing portfolio and the review and approval or at least assessment of other files. But I think the official plan was probably the one that was the most deferred, because council had deemed the MZO to be a priority at that time, transparently.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And so then the last three things that I had asked were through to the treasurer, was the funds spent to date by the town on legal advice specific to the MZO, the town of Collingwood MZO related expenses paid by the proponents categorically, and then the proponent initiatives for town at their cost understanding that we won't have their cost for this, just the requirements they had to fulfill for council asks, and then our operating standard requirements. And I know that Treasurer Quinlan had prepared those responses as well.
Treasurer Quinlan, thank you.
Sorry, through you, your worship, to Councillor Jeffery. The fees, as you mentioned, Councillor Jeffery, were fully recoverable from the DEPUTATION group. We hadn't yet been billed by our legal services team, although they did provide us a pre-billing amount of about $24,000 that will also be billed back to the proponent. We haven't gotten there quite yet, as the expectation is that an acceptance of those fees is processed with the DEPUTATION group, but we will move forward with that over the next few weeks. Sorry.
Thank you. Everybody sounds like they were at the same party, coughing. And so one final, Mayor Hamlin, just from the update today that the CEO gave, so that change in height is up to 12. So they might not necessarily build all the buildings to 12 stories, but it's up to 12, I would assume, is the wording. If that could be clarified. Thank you.
Well, I'll just say we have no plans yet from them showing what they're going to do there. So I would say it's impossible to know whether they're all going to be 12 stories or not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Still to be determined.
No, Mayor Hamlin, I'm saying what the minister would have been directing is up to 12. He wouldn't be
Oh, I see.
insisting on
The
12.
wording of the MZO.
Yes.
Thank you. I would look to, would Director Valentine or CEO Skinner like to address that? Go ahead, Director Valentine.
Apologies, I couldn't find my mute button for a moment there. Thank you. And the councillor would be correct through you, Madam Chair, that it would be a maximum height of 12 stories.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you finished with your questions, Councillor Jeffery?
I am finished with the questions on that, and I have two other items when it's appropriate.
Under other business, not or under this, just generally. Okay, so Councillor Ring, do you have a question on this?
Just clarification, just on what Councillor Jeffery just touched on. With the 12 stories, I'm not going to say whether it's right or wrong. If the ministries move the height, the maximum height up to 12, I know that doesn't necessarily mean they will be 12. If they did permit that and the developer wanted to build 12-story buildings, would the town be able to fight fires? So we have equipment that would be able to reach buildings that high, and if we didn't, where would the ministry come up with a number of 12? Just out of the blue, or?
So I think there's two questions here. One is, can our fire, does our fire equipment allow us to service 12-story buildings?
It would be the first one. The second one would be, where would a number like 12 come out? Like why 12? Like where would that ministry wouldn't just pick that out of the hat? Would they? Like, I mean, I'm just asking.
Okay, so Director Valentine, would you like to answer these? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be able to answer the fire question, but I believe CEO Skinner is seeking a response to that. But I can respond to the maximum height of 12 stories and just confirm to council that staff are not part of the deliberations amongst the minister and his staff in terms of when the MZO was brought forward to him for consideration. So we don't have a direct sight line. What we can say is all of the drafts that were circulated to staff in this council included a maximum of 6 stories. At no time did staff get a direct request from the proponent to move to 12 stories. So how that ended up in the zoning order is not entirely clear to us. However, I will say that draft 1 of the official plan for the town of Collingwood does recommend that in certain strategic locations, in order to increase affordable housing and increase density within our serviced area, 12 stories in height is currently proposed. So that may be a thread of where that that particular number came from, but in terms of staff's involvement or knowledge around that particular request, we do not have a direct sightline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the MZO update? Deputy Mayor Farr.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I just going to mention, because some of the discussion I wasn't anticipating, and being a member of the negotiating team and aware of the fact that a lot of the discussions being in camera, I just wanted to say that we're going to be taking this forward from what the previous council chose to do and try to get the best situation overall for, number one, our hospital. Certainly that's at the forefront of our concerns. And number two, try to get the most logical community benefit situation between ourselves and the Popular Health and Wellness Village going forward. So I look forward to meeting with the proponents and working out that agreement as best we can in conformance to what the minister has directed us to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? So I have one. CEO Spinner. I totally understood the first question that Councillor Jeffery gave and the answer, which was there was advice sought that there was and received that there was no legal impediments to the former council making a decision to pass the MZO. But without giving the advice, because maybe this is still in camera, I wanted to say that was this advice separate from a recommendation as to whether council should endorse an MZO?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to be careful with search my mind very carefully about the what was in camera and what was not in camera. I think that from a staff perspective, just when the report went to council in the meeting on August 18th, there was a very good staff report accompanying that public decision, and it talked about the zoning order, which really deals with zoning, and it talked about the other considerations, the kind of things that might be covered in an agreement, because once you get at zoning, some of the statutory processes and the normal powers that council would have in a development that goes through the normal or typical process, you sort of skip those when you go directly to zoning. So there was a recommendation at that point that we have a strong agreement in place prior to recommending to the minister that he move forward with the zoning, just to make sure that all of the interests in the community were covered. And I think council often gets several options from staff with a recommended option and the risks that are at play related to those options. And I think those were available to council when the decision was made, including what some of the risks might be if we didn't have all of those items in place. It is an exciting development, and we hope that we're moving in a direction that will enable us to put all of those important pieces together with our current negotiating team. Thank you.
Well said. Okay, so we're down to the confirmatory. Oh no, we have other business, and Councillor Jeffery, you had two other items you wanted to add?
I do. Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. One is on the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence City's Mayor's Initiative, which I attended with Councillor Baines, and the other one is an FCM item.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So with respect to the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence City's Mayor's Initiative, the International Joint Commission was seeking information through the Great Lakes Initiative on Firstly, understanding the current reality of Great Lakes water quality, progress or changes in water quality. And of course, we hold the prestigious distinction of being the first harbor to be delisted, and then changes not being seen happening. Secondly, gathering knowledge and building strength regarding what needs to be understood better to impact progress or changes to the Great Lake water quality, and why, how, and what we can learn from the efforts being made by the Canadian and US federal governments, and who else needs to be involved. And so one of our Georgian Bay mayors contributed the necessity of including the province of Ontario to provide awareness and education to inform their provincial decisions regarding the water quality, in particular, the Housing Bill, Bill 23, and the siege on conservation authorities. And then thirdly, identifying opportunities moving forward to improve water quality, what resources need to be prioritized, and if we had a magic wand, what would our community do to improve the quality of the water of the Great Lakes? So I'm going to admit that I felt very underprepared for this critically important meeting in comparison to our other Georgian Bay and international counterparts represented on the call. And I would appreciate council support to engage the appropriate staff through the CAO to better get on top of this file for future contribution. And so not a request for a staff report, but for permission to engage staff on the file to ensure maximum impact of our contributions and reciprocal learnings on the Great Lakes water quality. And Councillor Baines may have more to add, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffery. I would just echo your points as well. And as so new to the file, I was just interested to see how things had changed since I was on this, well, a different committee of the International Joint Commission in 2013. At that point, it was water quantity rather than water quality, because the lakes were at an all-time low at that point. So Georgian Bay, quote unquote, which was what I was representing, was more concerned about quantity than quality. So I'm having to do a paradigm shift here, but if I can join you in those discussions with any staff members to get up to speed so we're not sort of caught flat-footed the next time, I'd greatly appreciate it too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And so next, so I'll save a further report from the December advocacy and board meetings in Ottawa until the new year, and I've passed on a couple of initiatives already to the CAO, which she is moving forward on helping me with. But for the benefit of the new council, I reported to the previous council the 22-23 appointments that I have at FCM. I was elected to the board of directors. I sit on the committee of the whole, the election readiness committee. I was appointed vice chair of the governance working group. I sit on rural forum. I stand on 3 standing committees, one on anti-racism and equity, one on environmental issues and sustainable development, and one on international relations. And I'm also elected vice chair of the Ontario caucus. I'm the FCM governance rep to the Jordan Municipal Support Program, FCM's only project in the Middle East, and a Canadian volunteer expert in the Partnerships and Municipal Innovation Women in Local Leadership, known as PMI WIL, specific to Ghana. But I'm honored to announce that FCM bestowed upon me a further global appointment to the United Cities and Local Governments, UCLG, for the period 2022 to 26. UCLG is the amplified voice of local governments before the international community and promotes fair and sustainable societies based on local democracy, self-government, and decentralization. It represents more than 70% of the world's population, more than 175 national associations of local and regional governments, including FCM, which is the North American Secretariat. The UCLG global membership includes 140 of the 193 UN member states and more than 250,000 governments of all sizes, metropolises, and regions. There are 24 North American seats, of which 16 are held by Canada. I join the FCM president, the mayors of Toronto and Kitchener, the chair and vice chair of Metro Vancouver, and other mayors and municipal leaders from across Canada to hold one of those seats. and to bring our local voice to these issues and reciprocal learnings on global decisions which impact us directly. I am extremely proud to represent and bring the name of Collingwood, Ontario, Canada to that world stage. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now at the confirmatory bylaw. And before I move this bylaw, Clerk Almost, I had a question for you. I believe we're going to head back in camera. Are we ready to deal with the confirmatory bylaw, or should we be expecting, in your view, a rise in report?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would wait and do the confirmatory bylaw at the very end. One thing I was remiss in noting is we've passed our 5 consecutive hours, so we'll need a motion to extend by an hour. And procedurally, if we're in camera during that hour and we can extend, we may have to extend in camera as well, and we can pass that motion in camera and then rise when the in-camera portion is adjourned and pass a confirmatory bylaw at that time.
Okay, thank you. So because we've been sitting longer than 5 hours, we have to pass a motion to extend. Deputy Mayor Fryer, you so move. Is there a seconder? Councillor Doherty, thank you. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so at this point, we'll move in camera and we will come back out. There could be a rise in report. And in any event, we'll do a confirmatory bylaw after or in camera. Okay, see you in camera. Thank you. Oh, Clerk Almost, yes.
I'll just note for the benefit of the members that there is a new link that was circulated by Deputy Clerk Dahl that's available for this session, since the other one we recessed, but it expired. So if we can join that link, and then we'll come back to this meeting when that's adjourned.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Baines, I see you've come into this meeting. You received a new link for the in-camera portion by email over the last half hour. Could you log out of this meeting and go into that meeting?
I will do that. My challenge is that my laptop, which has, of course, Outlook on it and all the town emails, at any rate, it's all gone. So I have to use my phone to forward town email to my, at any rate, it's a long story, but yes, if some could send back me the email again to christopher.a.baines@gmail.com, that would be most appreciated.
I'll look to see if it was sent to me as well.
Thank you. I will do what I can. I'll leave this meeting now, though. How the hell do I get out of this? Oh, there we are. Just a second. Leave there.
So we still need Councillor Perry and Councillor Baines.
Yes.
Thank
I was
God.
fasting today and didn't even realize it.
So that's, still need Councillor Perry.
Yeah, he's having Wi-Fi issues. He can't get connection.
Oh. Okay, so maybe we won't wait for him.
Just
Yep.
so you know, Mayor Hamlin, we are live.
Pardon me?
We're live.
Oh, we're live. Okay, thank you. All right, so what we're going to do here, we've just moving back from in camera to our council meeting. And I'm looking for a motion to rise from in camera. Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor Doherty. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And now I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for the confirmatory bylaw that I'll read in. That bylaw number 2022-097 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held December 19, 2022, be enacted and passed this 19th day of December, 2022. Councillor Potts, Councillor Houston, all those in favor? Thank you. And I should have mentioned there was no reporting from the in-camera session. Now we're going to move right on to the adjournment of the meeting. Councillor Jeffery, thank you so much. All those in favor? Thank you so much for the long day. Much appreciated. And good night to everybody. And happy holidays. Bye.
Happy holidays.
Thanks.
Happy holidays.